Hello and welcome to the Google DeepMind Challenge Match live from the Four Seasons Hotel in downtown Seoul, Korea. I'm Chris Garlock, managing editor of the American Go e-journal. With me, Michael Redmond, 9Dan professional, and also David Silver, the lead project manager on the whole AlphaGo project. I'm trying to think of a bigger. Well, here's the thing, David. It's game 3 in a few minutes. AlphaGo's up 2-0, wins today, gets the $1 million. Are you nervous?
Yes, indeed.
Because I know AlphaGo's not.
AlphaGo luckily does not share my nerves, but I can tell you that the first 2 games I was nervous, and I'm quite sure today I'll be equally nervous as the game goes on.
So we have a ton of questions, and I know Michael has a number of burning issues, so I'm going to...
Oh, really? Well, if it's okay to ask a technical question.
Please.
I'd like you to talk about the move 37 in game 2, because that was really a surprising move. It was something very different from anything I've seen before. How exactly was AlphaGo calculating or thinking when it came up with that move?
So it's a great question. Actually, it was really interesting hearing many of the commentators for that particular move say that, that a human professional player wouldn't have actually played that move. So I actually went in after the game and started poking around in AlphaGo's output to see what it was actually thinking for that move 37. And it's very interesting because AlphaGo actually has a model of what humans will do in that situation. This is what we call the policy network. This is the part of AlphaGo which actually is trained on humans to predict what humans would do in that situation. So I asked AlphaGo, in that situation, what was the probability of playing that high shoulder hit move? And AlphaGo believed that there was a 1 in 10,000 probability that a human player would have actually played that particular move. And what's interesting is that AlphaGo, so why did it play that move when it had such a low probability?
Right.
Well, what AlphaGo actually does is when it's in that situation, it just uses this policy network as a guide. This is how it suggests moves that it should consider in its search tree. So it starts to consider these moves according to their probability. So it would have first of all considered the moves which are high probability according to the experts, according to its model of the experts, the policy network. And then, as it starts to search deeper and deeper and think for longer, it starts to consider less and less probable moves. And what it does is it starts to evaluate those moves for itself. It starts to analyze them. It starts to understand them by kind of probing them, thinking ahead, starting to look ahead and understand what would happen in that situation by playing out the game, many moves in its head, and starting to wonder what would happen if I got into this situation. And in each of those potential futures, it evaluates the resulting position using the value network to tell it whether it thinks that's better or worse. And after a while, it also plays them out all the way to the end of the game to get a secondary estimate of who's going to win, and we call that the rollouts. And it combines all this information together to give it some analysis of what it really thinks the best move is. And eventually, all of this information aggregates together to tell it that it really believes that this unusual move is actually performing better in all of its analysis than the move which the experts are suggesting. And so it actually chooses for itself to override this knowledge and starts to probe it deeper and deeper and deeper until it really believes that this is the right move to play, and then it plays the move.
Okay, so when it gets these high scores on the policy network and lower scores for for instance, in this case, the move it actually chose, so does that mean that there's no bias towards the high probability moves when it does the analysis?
So AlphaGo will explore the human probable moves more thoroughly. This is its bias. It uses this to guide it towards its initial estimate. So we train our neural networks on human data, and so that does provide a bias, but that bias is a guide for the search, and it can always overwhelm that bias by searching more deeply and starting to analyze things in a retrospective way.
Wow, that's interesting.
Introspective way.
It's just a general question. How old is AlphaGo? When did you first start?
So AlphaGo is actually around 2 years old, if we have to give it an age. So it started off as really it was a research project with myself and Ajia Huang, who is the face of AlphaGo that we see playing the stones on behalf of AlphaGo. And we teamed up with an intern from Google Brain, a guy called Chris Madison, who's also here. And we wanted to ask this question of whether a neural network, using deep learning, whether a neural network could actually learn to understand the game of Go well enough to play reasonably. And so this was like a pilot research project. We tried some experimental things. We tried a whole bunch of different ideas. And around a year ago, we published a first paper on this result. And we discovered that actually a neural network by itself can perform remarkably well. Like it can actually reach the level of an amateur down level player without any look ahead at all, without even adding any search tree in. And when I saw this result, I was really taken aback. You know, I'm an amateur player myself. I'm not a very strong player, but I'm aware as a player of the importance of reading out situations.
Right. And
I found it kind of mind-blowing that a neural network without any explicit reading of positions would be able to understand a position well enough to reach amateur down level. And at that time, I felt that this was something with a lot of potential. And I sat down and talked with Demis, the CEO of DeepMind, and I said, I really think that someone is going to take these deep learning techniques and actually achieve the highest levels of play. I think it's really going to happen. You know, this is something which is on the cards now. And he said, well, you know, let's make sure it's us. Let's do that then. And he really sort of powered up the project and put a lot of other people on it, and at that point we really scaled up AlphaGo. So for the last year we've really put a lot more people and resource and tried many things and scaled up every aspect of AlphaGo to really turn it into what we see here playing today.
Back to you.
Okay.
I know you have a whole list of questions, so.
Well, you know, just speaking from what I remember of the time when chess programs beat the world champion, I think a lot of people will have the idea that you somehow geared AlphaGo into a state where it would be just really good at beating Lee Sedol. So you sort of tailored it for the game against Lee Sedol, maybe, because I think that's something that might have happened with the chess programs when they were doing that. But listening to you explain about the program, I get the feeling that maybe that's just not possible.
Well, actually, the way we train AlphaGo is on many, many games. So we train on hundreds of thousands of human expert games. And so actually the games of Lee Sedol are just like a drop in the ocean compared to that training data. And it's not enough to really significantly alter its style of play. And on top of that, we then go beyond the human play by running many, many more games of self-play during the sort of reinforcement learning phase of AlphaGo. And so it would be very hard to tailor the style of AlphaGo to Lee Sedol, not least because he's a great player and he's much more likely to adapt to us than we are to him. So I think it would be a very dangerous route to go down to actually try and out-adapt him. And so I think our strategy from the beginning has just been to try and do something very simple, which is to produce a program that will maximize the probability of winning. So AlphaGo at every step will always choose the move which it believes has the highest probability of winning, regardless of the opponent. It's just trying to play the best possible Go. If you like, it's playing its own game and not getting drawn into trying to play against a specific opponent. And on top of that, we had to make a decision at a certain point to just freeze what we had, to stop developing AlphaGo and start testing it to make sure that when we're here, that everything works. And so we made that call, and that's the version that we're playing with here, and it is not being changed during the course of the match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's very important to realize that. Let's see. I think it must be very exciting to sort of not have control of it. And I think as a professional, I'm really excited because that means it could just move away from what we think is normal and maybe come up, move 37 in game 2 is sort of like that, but come up with all sorts of moves or ideas, you might say, that are not previously played in professional games. So do you think that's going to happen continually in this match?
Well, I think one of the things which is so fantastic for us, I mean, it's a a real privilege to be part of this whole experience and seeing how many people are actually engaging with this match and finding it interesting. And I think one of the exciting things for us is that we are learning so much more about AlphaGo through people such as yourself commentating on the game and analyzing it. And I think it's going to be interesting to see. That's the way we find out. We find out by understanding from top players whether AlphaGo has a style of its own, whether it's coming up with something creative. And that's, after all, why we've chosen to play Lee Sedol, because we really need someone who can really push AlphaGo and try something different every day and really try and stretch AlphaGo to its limits to see, how will it respond in all these different situations. And so I don't know what AlphaGo will do. We create it, but we just have to stand back and watch it along with everyone else. We're just observers for the course of this match, and excited. That's why I'm able to be here a few minutes before the beginning of the match rather than frantically coding away.
I saw a quote from Demis that said that he thought that actually now you didn't even need the training, that you could just start it from scratch with the self-play. And that was...
You mean without the policy network?
No, with the policy network.
Without training on human data.
Yeah, could you talk a little bit about that? That was just sort of, whoa.
Well, that's a future project. So right now, AlphaGo is built from for training first by supervised learning from humans. This is what we reported in the Nature paper. And training from scratch, I think, would be another exciting step for AI. But that's future research. And yeah, certainly I think it would be really exciting to see that happen. And maybe we would end up with an even more different style if we weren't beginning from the starting point of human play. Maybe we would see something which was more different in style altogether.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because it would be sort of creating completely from new. I know the team has been just all over and looking. I think both sort of shell-shocked by the world attention, the massive media interest, and also by the momentous occasion. I mean, there's some saying that this game today may be the most famous game in 500 years of Go history.
Maybe you're just making him more nervous.
All right, no, you've got to get going, and we've got to get going with the team. But congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Appreciate you dropping by, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
We'll be back with the full game in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching.
안녕하십니까. 오늘 심판을 맡은 한종진 구단입니다. 이 대국은 중국 룰로 적용하며 덤은 7집 반, 2시간 1분 초읽기 3회로 대국을 시작하겠습니다.
Good afternoon. I am today's referee. The match will be in Chinese rules with 7.5 points komi. Time limit is 2 hours and 60 seconds, 3 times.
오늘 대국은 이세돌 구단의 흑본 알파고 100으로 대국을 하겠습니다.
Lee Sedol is black and AlphaGo is white.
대국을 시작해 주십시오.
Please start the game. Hello and welcome to Google DeepMind Challenge Match live from the Four Seasons Hotel here in downtown Seoul, Korea. I'm Chris Garlock and I'm joined by Michael Redmond, 9Dan Professional. This is it, folks. Day 3, Game 3. Lee Sedol, Go Master, back to the wall. He's down 2-0. He's got to win today to keep hope alive in this match. Michael,
Yeah.
what's Lee Sedol thinking right now?
Well, he's just constant. I saw him close his eyes a bit before the match. Generally, a player before the match is just trying to actually calm down a little bit. In any tournament game, we tend to be a bit excited, and so we sit down and some people just sort of try to meditate a little bit before the game. But coming in just a few seconds before the game starts, I think he just had to close his eyes for a bit and try to just get into a calm state of mind.
Now, we had the break day yesterday,
Yes.
so he had a chance to kind of reset from the first 2 days. We have a little information about what he spent that time doing.
Yes,
Can we,
exactly.
can we talk a little bit about
Oh,
that
yes.
as a fellow?
Well, the story is that on the night of the second game, after he lost 2 games, he studied the games, I guess both games, with his friends, some other top pros, kind of a study group, all night until about 6 o'clock in the morning. And I was really relieved when I heard that it wasn't last night,
Yes.
because that means he did have a day to rest from that. But that's actually, it's not so unusual, because if you lose badly like that, usually you have trouble sleeping anyway. So it's a good strategy sort of to study the game until you're really satisfied that you know why you lost. Because achieving that information is really what allows a player to put the loss behind him and get ready for the next game.
Well, so 2 things. One is I want to get your sort of recap on your analysis of the first 2 games real quick. But then he was working with a team of at least 4, I think, Korean professionals, close friends, I
Strong
believe.
professionals, yes.
And I'd like to hear, what they're thinking and what their advice may have been. I know you weren't in the room.
Well, I think I was not there. What I saw seems to suggest they were giving him ideas about how he could maybe find a weak point in AlphaGo, which I don't think is a good idea. But
because there's not a weak
they
point there.
because I think Lee Sedol has more to gain by playing his own game or playing an opening he likes to play than he does by sort of fooling around and trying to find some weakness in AlphaGo. Because I think if I can go straight into the first 2 games,
Please.
I think what he was doing was he was trying to find something that would make AlphaGo weaker, find a weakness in the program, maybe. Just judging from games that were played in October, I think he has maybe the same or a little more information than I do, which is just 5 games played in October. And for AlphaGo, I think they must be far ancient history, more or less. So, and the game that AlphaGo is playing is already different, just judging from these 2 games. And so trying to set up a strategy just from those old games probably didn't work very well. And he wasn't, and in the first game, for instance, Lee Sedol played a very unusual move just on move 7. And it didn't seem to do anything to AlphaGo's game that was really that bad. In fact, I have the idea that it actually might have thrown Lee Sedol off his usual game. And then in the second game, I saw Lee Sedol taking a lot of territory, which is not his usual style. He was playing a very slow, territorial-oriented game, which I don't think he really likes that kind of game. There was, to a certain extent, the AlphaGo was sort of pushing him into that kind of game, but I think that might have been a strategy also, because AlphaGo in the previous games seemed to like territory a lot. Maybe he had the idea that AlphaGo would, the evaluation of the position would be bad for AlphaGo if Lee Sedol took a lot of territory and AlphaGo was behind in territory.
Now, your advice was for Lee Sedol to play his own game. So let's got some moves down now.
Well, even in his recent games against KJ, the top Chinese player, Lee Sedol often played a Moyo strategy. So he would be playing the miniature Chinese. Actually, in this game, he's playing the high Chinese here with an extra approach move here. This is a very unusual opening. But another thing that I read in the article about his overnight study group was that they figured that maybe they should play in large open spaces or something like that.
I saw that.
And I think the meaning, it was probably an imperfect translation of the Korean, but the meaning is probably they're thinking of playing kind of a Moyo strategy. And maybe just judging from the October games, they have the idea that AlphaGo is maybe not so good at coming into those Moyos. So that could be the meaning for this opening. And I see Lee Sedol is playing fairly quickly.
And would part of the idea here to be kind of to provoke some maybe complex fights early? There was, I don't know if you want to start talking about Ko right away, but there was a big sort of debate about...
There was a debate about that. There were some reporter who seemed to be upset about the fact that there was no Ko in the game at this point. In the first two games, there were no important Kos. And actually, it's common knowledge that these modern programs that play Go do have a weakness in Kos. But actually, even just looking at the October games that AlphaGo played, when the Ko is important to the game, when it's an important Ko early in the game, AlphaGo can actually play Kos. And it could already in October. So I'm not so sure whether Ko is going to be a weak point. I do see a tendency for AlphaGo to avoid a Ko after it's winning the game. So that's sort of consistent with the slack moves I see in the end game when AlphaGo is ahead. Because AlphaGo doesn't really try to win by a large margin. It just tries to win with taking the highest percentage move. So it can be a very small margin if AlphaGo somehow feels that it's safer or a higher margin of safety,
right,
a higher possibility to win.
That's what we heard, I think, day 2 when we had one of the Torre, one of the team members here, and it was just sort of a light bulb to me that AlphaGo would take the move that if it's a 95%, even that's a win by 1 point, we would play that rather than the lower
the 10-point
percent.
victory that it has slightly lower possibility, yeah.
Right.
And so that all sort of explains away a lot of the moves that have been called slack or mistakes in the end game, because when those the majority of those moves were played in positions where AlphaGo was already winning, or at least I see it that way.
Mm-hmm. It's a pretty fast development.
I think Lee Sedol must have had this opening ready, and he's pausing right now when White plays this approach. Okay, he's going to play a move. He played something pretty normal. When this high Chinese opening, these 3 stones, not necessarily with the stone here, but in modern games, people like to throw in an extra approach move here, a kakari. Originally, when a few decades ago this became a popular opening, people would play all the moves high, like on the fourth line, and if white answers it somewhere around here, for instance, black would be continuing to play on moves on the fourth line like this. All of these are high compared to a move like this, which would be on the third line. Basically, the strength of this opening is that it has a tendency to be difficult for white to erase from the center of the board. But relatively easier for white to sort of dive into the side, like in places like this or like this. So black's strategy is to, although white can dive into the side, black is sort of hoping to maybe, depending on how the game develops, to maybe to have more potential in the center. And so that's why traditionally black has always played fourth line moves. But more recently, people like to play the knight's move. Now we see this is actually not unusual in professional games. It's just a little bit unusual for people to be doing this with white, because this is inviting an invasion here, which will lead to a fight, which is usually considered to be something that's good for black. But so you see this kind of thing. For instance, you would see it if black had a moyo sort of like this and a star point here, just like white has a star point here. You would see black playing like moves like this to to develop the area here, while sort of lending a hand to this stone. So this is going to take part in any kind of fight that starts here. So it's black's inviting white to a fight in this area. Compared to a move like this is focusing on the area here more. It's closer to this area than this would be the conventional joseki corner sequence from this move.
I think certainly for amateur players, it can be very difficult in the opening when you have these kinds of moves to see. It's a territorial game. You're trying to surround territory, but there's such broad moves. How does a pro think about this?
I guess we just have a lot of experience in playing similar games. And at this point in the game, you might think we know everything, but actually...
Do I want to hear this?
In the opening of the game, basically we're just guessing. And so when we don't know what the best move is, I think we're just playing moves that we've seen before and that are familiar with it. And so we don't really know what the best move is in any opening. As we have more stones on the board, we begin getting a better idea of what would be a reasonable move. Like we know that next black could play something like this or like this to build up the upper left territory, and that would make it a very nice territory. So one thing that white can be thinking about is jumping in here to prevent that. So if white wants to reduce black's moyo here, this would be a point that white is definitely thinking of playing. Otherwise, if white wants to allow black to develop that while building a white moyo, that's a territorial network. Oh, there we go.
And just here, so one of the things I think that gets very interesting is, building or reducing.
Right, like white could have played this move with, for instance, like here or here,
right,
to build up this area and add moves like this. Maybe something towards the center next to build a kind of a white territory here. It's not really a territory. It just looks like it could potentially be something that's white. And in the meantime, black would be playing moves like this, and maybe moves like. And since black does have the initiative, one has to sort of expect that black will be the first one to get the center. And common knowledge sort of indicates that when you play these moyo games where both sides are building up and building up, usually black, who has the first move, has the initiative, usually gets this kind of key point first. So it leads to very difficult fighting for white. So the more conventional way for white to play, and AlphaGo did it, is to jump in here and stop black from making a big moyo. And the perfect timing is necessary, of course. This is sort of the last chance for white to take that path. If white had played something on this side, something like this, or something like this, or maybe something on the lower side, it would give black the opportunity to build up the upper left, and it would become more and more difficult for white to jump into that. So it would become large areas for both sides. So AlphaGo didn't choose to play that opening.
And here's another question, is that this is the opening, or fuseki. Then there's the middle game, usually when fighting begins. Are we moving out of it? Are we still?
Well, this is actually, it could be called a joseki sequence. So it's a joseki is a local a sequence of moves that's considered reasonable in a local position. And if it's a joseki, if they continue playing joseki moves, then it usually ends up in what is considered to be an even trade. And so it's going to be a trade or what both players consider a reasonable position. But at this point, black still has a lot of opportunities to play a move that has not been played before, maybe a more aggressive move.
Is Lee Sedol avoiding josekis at this point? Is he?
Well, the high Chinese opening, which is this shape here when black played this move, doesn't really have very many josekis actually. It has a pattern where white is jumping in here. So actually what I was about to say is that when white does this, black can play a kind of a joseki sequence which would be relatively peaceful, or black can actually try to attack severely. And this move that black has just played here is sort of, it's not a new move, but it's sort of on the side of trying to start a big fight. So one possibility is that black can cut these two stones off and capture one of the two on a large scale. Or if white is too aggressive, like if white is a bit greedy and tries to save all of the stones, starting a fight something like this. In this case, white would have two weak groups and would have to run away with both of them. For instance, if black plays here, then these stones will be closed in. Looks like they're going to die. If black plays here, now these two stones would be closed in. They're in trouble too. So this would be an unwise way for white to play. Sometimes it's easy to look at the unwise moves first and just get a picture of that. That makes it sort of clear that white has to try something that's not quite so dangerous. So for instance, if white pulled back here, white would be thinking of allowing black to capture this stone when black cuts. So white would be playing maybe something on this side of just to protect these stones and maybe allow black to capture that one stone. Or going back one more move, maybe white can throw away this stone, for instance with something like this, which would be the tiger's mouth again, and allow black to capture this one stone if black wants to. Like if this kind of thing would be not so bad for white, because black would be taking one stone, but would be taking it on a very small scale. For instance, something like this. And white would be getting a group on the outside, which I think we can see now that this white group is sort of erasing all of black's potential in this general area. So this would be ideal for white. It's not something that would happen in a professional game, actually. After this move already, we would be expecting black to play a different move.
So one of the things you've talked in this sequence about is the idea of sacrifice. And
Yes.
I think that it's often difficult, particularly for amateurs, and also if you're used to playing games like, for example, chess, which is often compared with Go. If you lose pieces in chess, that's bad. That's material, and you're going to be at a disadvantage. But in Go, sacrifice is a huge part of the game. As you just showed, to capture that one stone
It's actually a bad result for black.
It's a terrible.
Well, sacrificing one stone, for instance, I was sacrificing this stone, but actually this stone was an exchange for this black stone. And so when black does kill this white stone, you have to remember that this black stone was played in response to it.
Okay.
So it's not actually a wasted move. So efficiency is a big deal here. And so in some cases you can throw away a stone. It's just that if you can force your opponent to play inefficient moves. Efficiency is a big, an important concept in Go, I think. But actually AlphaGo did something completely different. So that sort of chops off the argument I was making. White is considering probably to throw away this stone. This is now the sacrifice comes on this side, and the idea is that once white has played this move, which is connected to this stone, but when black plays here, it will not be connected to this stone. So white has to continue playing with these. Now these two stones are important because white's invested. It's like investing money in the stock market, I guess. It's important that you make this actually to make something come out of your investment. So now he's not going to throw these away.
Right.
He's going to continue pushing through here, making a group here. All white is going to think about now is to make a living group out of this and sort of scoop out black's territories in this general area as much as possible.
This is still a Joseki, and how?
You could call it a Joseki. It's something that has happened when black plays this move, which is a very, like a more normal, a peaceful move would be something like this. White might play here or here. Let's say white plays here, and not going after this stone, but just taking the left side. And this would be kind of a quasi-territory again. I would not call it black territory, but it's beginning to look like black's territory. And so it's an area where white will not immediately invade anyway. White will continue to play with this group. Again, since white has invested moves here, white would continue playing in this area to make this until up to the point where it becomes a strong group. Mm-hmm. So at the very least, white would play one more move in this area. And after this becomes a strong group, then white can think about maybe invading the left side. Points would be maybe here, or if white gets a stone somewhere around here, then attaching here is also a good shape that white can be looking at. So this would be the relatively peaceful way of playing. When black does go like this, just a very direct attack against white. White has the option of playing as I was first showing, just sort of trying to throw away maybe one stone, or sacrifice one stone. This way is a bit more aggressive because white is actually diving into the area where there are the most black stones. So it's locally it's going to be a difficult fight for white. But if white can handle that fight and make a life for this group, that means that the most important area for black's territory is going to be wiped out, more or less. So black, the attacking side has to face some pressure here also.
Now I assume, how far ahead could Lee, Lee's driving this, he's got black, he gets to move first. He was obviously would anticipate that. How?
Yes, certainly. Well, I'm sure he's played games that are like this. Again, at this point, there's still a lot of plausible or feasible moves that can be chosen. Like crawling here is one thing that one would think of. Because these cornerstones, if black allows white to play here, they would be a little bit cramped. It's still too early to say that they would be killed. At this point, black. I've played 2 white moves in a row, by the way, just in case you didn't notice. But black could make a life with something like that. Just for explanations, sometimes it's good to play 2 moves in a row and just show what's going to happen next.
Don't try this at home.
Right. In an actual game, it's against the rules.
Okay.
Yeah. Black can make a life, but we can see that a lot of white stones are facing the outside, which is good for white to be running off in this direction or making some kind of a base in this direction.
And then that damages the 2.
It damages the side here. So it weakens these 2, right. Yeah. So for that reason, something on the upper side is something like this would extend black towards this side and make a better base. So that's one thing that black will be thinking of. Another thing that black can think of is adding a move to these 2 stones. Like something like this would make a difference, make these very strong, and so it would help black in the fight. This looks like it's sort of what we would call a vulgar move, because it's really good if black gets to continue with something like that. But since black has just played, it's white's move actually, and so white would stop that by doing this, giving white a good shape. And again, this sort of weakens the corner. So I'm expecting really the first move I would think of would be something on the upper side, something akin to this move. Or if black wants to be fancy, maybe he can play something a bit further off, equal.
So let me ask again, you had recommended Lee Sedol play his own game. Don't worry about it being a computer. Is that what you're saying?
Well, he's still playing an opening that I haven't really seen him play very much, but it's very true to his style, this opening. And so I think he's playing a more natural game this time.
Can you talk a little bit about his style? I know you studied his games extensively in preparation for this.
As far as the opening is concerned, he does play all of the openings that happen to be in fad. So he plays a variety of openings. Like he can play the Moyo openings, and he can play the territory openings. It doesn't really matter that much. But he tends to favor openings. Either sometimes he plays with black for a Moyo, or otherwise you often see him with a lot of weak groups floating about, and he sort of likes that. In either case, he sort of likes to go to extremes and just play games that look very dangerous.
So I'm wondering, by having a style where he's got lots of groups, but he can handle that.
Right.
I'm wondering if it makes him nervous or makes him rethink that strategy against a computer that obviously is quite good at that.
I don't know. I'm going to stick with my idea that I think Lee Sedol should just play the moves he thinks are natural.
Right. And don't worry about that.
And I think he's doing that in this game. I think he's just playing naturally, because he is a brilliant game normally. And I think in the first two games, he was maybe concentrating too much on trying to find something that the computer might be confused by, which actually I think it did more damage to Lee Sedol's game, which is such a special game. I think it's sort of like a sports car, and if you throw a cog into it, then it can break down. So he has to play more naturally to his style.
Well, it's interesting. We just had David Silver, the lead team leader on the Google DeepMind team, and he talked about how they had to freeze the program, I think, some weeks ago, so they could test it in preparation for the match. And I was thinking, it sounds like it might not be that different from a human player, right? That that might be a good idea as well. Play your game, and you seem to be kind of questioning the idea of thinking up some new strategies with his team.
Well, yeah. When I first heard about that overnight study group, and his friends giving him ideas about how he could sort of beat AlphaGo by pushing the right button, I was a bit doubtful. Partly because I do think that last-minute preparations like that are usually not very helpful. But I think in this case it was good, first of all, because it was a whole day before this game, and also the fact that you do have to go through some process to digest the games that you lost. And if he had questions in his mind remaining about the first two games as he plays this game, it would be it would get in the way of his thinking sometimes, and you would be seeing shadows. So it's a good thing that he spent that time to sort of really get a good idea of what happened in the first two games. And I agree with the fact that I hope they didn't do it again last night. I don't think that was included in the article.
No.
I'm just hoping they didn't do it again last night, because that would be, I think, a good night's sleep and a good physical condition is also very important to playing a good game.
as with any sport, I mean, you really want to get your rest. So you are watching the Google DeepMind Challenge match. This is the critical third game. Lee Sedol, the Grandmaster, 18 international titles, back to the wall.
Yes.
Love to, needs to win today, and it looks like it's going to be another tough game.
Yeah. Well, I don't think anyone in the Go community really expected Lee Sedol to lose the first two games. So it was shocking to a lot of people, I'm sure.
Well, it certainly made headlines around the world.
Yes.
Go has not gotten this kind of attention. You've been playing how many years as a professional?
About 35 years, I guess.
Have you ever seen this kind of attention to Go?
Oh, no, definitely not. Hundreds of photographers, I think, just making kind of a solid wall in front of the elevators when the game finishes because they're waiting for Lee Sedol to come out.
Right.
And so it's quite overwhelming, actually.
So I guess that's a question. There's been a lot of chatter in the Go community about literally somebody said to me the other day, it's the end of Go after the first loss. What do you think?
Well, I don't really get that because I don't see why. I think computers and robots already do a lot of things better than humans do. And the fact that you have cars that can drive quickly doesn't mean that we don't have a marathon for humans. And I don't think it's going to change the fact that we have tournaments in which people play Go. Actually, as far as the game itself is concerned, I truly believe that if AlphaGo proceeds to improve, continues to improve, then we'll be seeing it play moves that are sort of new to human professionals, and that people will be imitating it or emulating it in these new strategies and working from them to build something, maybe a new opening theory or some new opening practices, which would be really interesting and potentially a big step forward in opening theory for professionals.
And this has only really happened twice before that we know of, right?
Well, yes. Well, Go is so old. It's thousands of years old. We don't really know what happened with Go players thousands of years ago. There are some records that are very old. But yes, in only a few hundred years ago, there was Hoinbo Dosaku, who was a great Go player, and he invented his own joseki, opening theory. And it was actually putting a lot more value on the sides and the center of the board than the players of that time were. The strongest players of that time were putting much more value in the corners and actually side territories too, whereas Hoinbo Dosaku was putting more value in the center, and he was playing a game that they had never played before, and he wiped everyone out. And so because of that, the whole theory of the opening of the game changed a lot, and his school, there was a time when, in the Edo era of Japan, when there were four Go schools, or four groups that were separately studying to be strong, and they competed with each other. And so the Hoinbo Go School became one of the strongest because of Dosaku, almost directly because of him. Mm-hmm. And then the strategies or the opening theory just spread out into the entire Go community. And so that was one kind of big revolution of the opening theory. And then the second kind of revolution in opening theory came with Go Seigen, who was a Chinese-born Go player. He was a professional. Actually, he was playing in Japan as a professional. He was Chinese-born, and his good friend Kitani, who was a Japanese Go player, they got together and they invented what they called the new fuseki, the new opening. And this was completely revolutionary because it was offering different moves for the very first moves of the game. They were playing on moves that were considered bad before, like the star point was considered only played in handicap games before then. Very rarely was it played anywhere else. And people were playing the komoku, which is this one, right next to the star point. And and they made them work, of course, partly because they were such strong players. And this sort of sparked a revolution in the opening in which not only did other players imitate them, but it sort of sparked all sorts of different tactics that came up that were also revolutionary. It sort of freed people to play moves that were different, when before that they thought they had to be conventional. And so that actually changed the way people play Go drastically. So if AlphaGo plays moves that make people imitate it, and I think that would blossom into all sorts of, they would put their own angle on that and change different things that maybe AlphaGo hasn't done yet. I think it would be maybe a third revolution of the way people play Go.
That's pretty exciting.
So I have a favorable slant on how I think. I don't understand people who say it would be the end of Go.
Good. Let's take a look at what's been going on here.
Okay.
So,
well, after Lee Sedol extended here, this is actually a good point for white to play also, because it sort of cramps these two stones and helps white move out into the center. So after black played this move, which sort of blocks that and really isolates this one stone, which white is not going to try to save at this point. White covered here. Now again, this is putting a little bit of pressure on these black stones. Now if white can next force with moves like this or like this will form a base for white to be moving on into the side here. And this would be surrounding territory here, looking to connect up with this stone with moves like this, looking to slide into the rest of black's side here. Basically, it would be building a base for white. And that's something white cannot do without this forcing move. I'm saying it's a forcing move because black probably has to answer it with something like this to protect the corner. Mm-hmm. And so what Lee Sedol did was he protected the corner first. Now, if white plays here, since black has this extra move in the corner, black will have the time to play something on this side like this or this and block off the side. White can crawl into the side a little bit with moves like this, but whether black plays here or here, white's not going to get much out of it. It's going to be a limited infringement on black's side. At the best, it's going to be one eye. Groups are said to need two eyes to live, so it's not going to be enough to make a living shape. So white doesn't do that yet. There is potential of moves like this later, but they would not be linked up with this white group, which white can still not afford to sacrifice. We talked about sacrifice more, but when you have a lot of stones invested in a group, it's usually pretty difficult to sacrifice it. This is not linked up to it because black will just block here, and we have suddenly two weak white groups. This is an example of the way you don't want to play.
Right.
So white tries to run out here. The point is that after this becomes a strong group, it will be less damaging for white to do stuff like this. And then white can, or just stuff like this. There's still some space here where white can potentially invade. The point is that as long as these stones are still weak, white just doesn't want to try doing any of that stuff. So white will, at this point, concentrate in making these stones weak. Now, here's an interesting order of moves because black has a choice between pushing here or pushing here. Basically, it's one of these two moves. Now, this move is, the advantage of this move compared to this move is that it's sort of wasting this area, taking away potential eye space for white. The disadvantage of this move is that white gets a two-stone line here, which is a base for white to play moves, for instance, like this next. And when you have two stones in a line here, the connection when you call this a jump, when you jump like this, is that the extra stone here makes this much more secure. So like black might play here, and here we have another example of the bamboo joint. And so white gets out into the center with good shape. And you can see that these stones are a bit far, they're one space away. It means the fact that these are connected, one space away and connected, means that they're influencing the center of the board more. Now I'll show you a different variation. Black pushed here in the actual game. In this case, jumping or playing like this would have a kind of a faulty connection here. It wouldn't be very good, like black could just play here.
Right.
White would have trouble connecting now. So if white wants to move out into the center, white has to play here. And now black plays here. White can connect up here. And look at this move here. It would really be better a bit further away. It's a very slow way for white to run out. So that's what black was trying. That was what Lee Sedol was trying when he pushed here. If white moves out, then he can play this is what we call a vital point or a key point. So white plays here. So it's a very natural sequence here. It's to be expected, sort of. Now black is trying to think of whether he wants to continue to take away white's eye space. I'm sorry, I can't get away from the board here. Black wants to think if he wants to continue attacking by taking away white's eye space. Or maybe does black want to play something on the top?
I really want to play there.
You want to play there?
I do.
So as to make a big framework in the center of the board. White will follow by playing here. Black will block here. And white will play here. White's idea is that hopefully white's going to get a shape like this, in which case white would have an eye here and an eye below. So white would have a living shape here. So this is what white's aiming at. Black can stop that by cutting here. And actually, black can capture this one stone. But when black does that, we have a weakness here. Like white can maybe cut first. This is what, after cutting here, white threatens this. This is called a double Atari. This black stone, these two black stones are both in danger. And since you can only play one move, it's something some people forget. You can only play one move. You can't save both at the same time. Black has to protect them. And white can break through here. So this would not be very good for black. Because as this happens, we can see that these three stones are a little bit in danger also. So that's why Lee Sedol did not choose that move. So we come back to this position where white has just played here. Black answered underneath. Now this is, it also has the advantage, it takes away white's eye space. Also has the advantage that black has gained some territory here. So black's taking territory while attacking white.
So a question here. So in the opening, the beginning, all these really fast moves, here to here, here. Now all of a sudden, everything is so...
It's getting slower. It's partly because it's already a position that we probably haven't seen in any professional game.
Okay.
And each move has a lot of feasible variant moves. Like there's a lot of moves that you can consider if you want to. So it's hard to choose sometimes. And the players don't really know who's ahead yet, of course, at this early stage of the game. And so there's a lot of reading going around. I was just showing one variation, basically, for each move. There's hundreds and hundreds of variations that are sort of... and strong players like Lee Sedol will just... They don't have to read. Like they see the variations, they pop into their head. Basically, it's what you might call pattern recognition. You see a certain move like this one that I was showing. The whole sequence of this kind of thing that I was showing here, I showed just one variation of it. All of the variations are sort of like pictures that you would have on your cell phone maybe. You press the button, up comes the picture. He's just seeing the position, the finished position a few moves ahead, or 10, 15 moves ahead. That's going to happen. And he knows that it's either good or bad. So it's pretty automatic. And now black is threatening to cut white off here. White could have played here. That would be a straightforward connection. Instead, white played here. Now this is a connection also in that if black pushes through, white can cover here and it's connected. If black cuts here, white can capture it. So that's okay. There is what we would call some bad aji of a move like this. If white answers on the top, then black can cut white
Right.
off. Where, for the time being, I'm ignoring the fact that these black stones on the left are a bit unstable. If white plays here, black can push through here and cut. Usually this is not going to be very much profit for black. Partly because this could do a lot of damage to the corner, or even if white has to play on this side. The point is that there are two cutting points, and it's going to be difficult for white to protect both of them. But even if white just protects the right side and allows black to capture these 5 stones, black would be sacrificing a great deal on the right side here. You remember I was calling this black's territory. That area was up to the point where it's already sort of black's territory, but when something happens like this, it turns into sort of white's territory, plus the fact that these 4 stones are looking a bit weak.
Right, clinging to the
Yeah.
wall there.
So this would not, even this variation, which is sort of allowing black to do everything he's trying to do, is bad for black. So it's not something that black is going to try immediately.
And one of the things that I've often noticed in professional games, particularly against amateurs, is that anytime a professional is offering you a group, you really want to think twice about it. Because if you go for it, it's just never going to be worth it. And so,
Well, that's what we want you to think. And then you won't kill our groups.
save them at the last minute. So what about these guys?
And those 3 stones are a bit weak. There's a friendly stone here that is sort of helping them. And the fact that if black plays here, there's the potential connection underneath.
I see.
But even so, if I was black, I would be thinking of
Sure.
a move somewhere around here. But he didn't play it. He played on this side. This is also an important point in the center of the board. Basically, if white plays something like this, which is kind of a loose connection up to white's center stones, if black pushes through here, white can cover here. We see again, this is the tiger's mouth position, which is a connected shape. And so white stones are not completely connected, but fairly resilient. Against this move, black is going to play something like this, and still has some room to connect underneath. So it looks like it's not going to be a fatal attack against black at this point. And we can play with this move and say what happens if it plays here, for instance. But again, it looks like black has ways to get around that and save these 4 stones.
And these 4 stones are not only a group, so you don't want them to be sacrificed, but they're key because it's still attacking,
they're
right?
keystones in black's attack on white's group here.
Right.
So black will not throw them away, unless he gets something back, of course.
Right, something bigger comes along.
It's really hard in Go to make to declare something like that,
Right.
because just one factor of the whole entire position could change to make it okay for black to throw away those stones. Now this is another. Notice that I was showing this move and this move.
Right.
These moves don't really have a good follow-up move, because like a move like this, let's say when black plays here, the point is when white plays here and black plays here, white is thinking of playing something on this side and allowing black to save the 4 stones in this direction. So white wants to find 2 moves on this side of the board that are very effective. And so when white does something like this, the second move would be something like this or something like this, which would maybe be less effective. So that's why AlphaGo started here and is planning to do something like this or something like this, which is maybe more effective when black is forced to play 2 moves in that direction.
Now, is it painful to just have to connect underneath, or is that perfectly okay?
Moves on the second line are generally painful. The move here was just necessary to take away white space. So in this case, it was okay. But having to save these stones with two moves like this, which don't have very much effect on the rest of the board, would be a bit painful for black. But black sort of wants to start with this move because it would provide a base for a black move like this or like this, for instance. Black sort of wants to have this extra stone here to make that good. But that would be the conservative way to think about it. I think what Lisadol is thinking about now is how can he play without this exchange? Because he knows that AlphaGo will not answer it.
Right.
He would, if he could play this exchange, it would simplify the fight here a great deal. Like black could even play something like this, and black would probably have no problem. But what Lisello is thinking about is he really wants to do something without that exchange, and can he? Or he can play just once here, and when white does play on the outside, maybe black can, at that point, find some kind of a counterattack, like play here or push through here at that point.
Right, and I assume that you're looking at, there's the weakness here.
Yes.
There's a hole.
Well, something like this.
I see.
Basically, black would like to be able to just forget this final submissive move and try to find a way to break out into the center or attack white first. For instance, if white plays some move like this, this would probably be good for black because this kind of thing
Just
could happen.
wondering if that works.
Let's just show a wish move for black. AlphaGo would probably just, go up in smoke before playing this. But this is sort of the kind of counterattack that black sort of wishes he can do. And also, instead of this move, maybe black is thinking of, Lisello is thinking of
Does
something
that
like this.
work right away, the clamp?
It looks like maybe it should work. There's some question as to whether white will be answering it directly. White does have the option of sort of coming through the back door here, just to get some profit on the left side. And you note that the whole white group is sort of connected up here.
Right,
So this is another thing that white might be thinking of doing.
But it's low, so, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't
it's connected
matter.
out.
Next, white can sort of jump in
I
here
see.
or here.
I see.
If black answers that, then white can still move out into the center. We're seeing at least one eye here for white, and when white plays here, there's potential for white to actually make two eyes in that area. So connecting up to this stone, let's just go back a few moves. I was saying that crawling in here is not going to be so effective at one point. Usually it's white just sort of coming behind black with something like this. In which case, black has a nice connected shape, and white has maybe room for one eye, but not very much. But actually coming here first, and then coming like this, white is getting a little bit more space. And what's more, if we assume something like this, the overall connection of black stones is not so good because there's a kind of a cutting point here. It's a bit far away still. And white has more space to make eyes when white plays something like this or like this. There's a bit more space here, which could potentially become two eyes, actually.
And that looks a bit heavy, or
A
is
bit
it okay?
heavy. It's a bit cramped also. So this looks like a sharp move again. This is also a kind of move that, even in this kind of shape here, it's a move that has been played, I think, in similar positions. So it's not as if it's brand new. A move like this would be easy to understand, but maybe a little bit slack. So this is a bit more sharper move. It's a good move, I think.
Back on the professional training. So how would a professional just traditionally?
Well, for
train,
instance, when I
practice?
first came to Asia, I went to Japan, of course. At that time, Japan was undisputedly the strongest country in the world.
Just back in the 70s?
In the 70s, yes. And I went to Japan to study to be a pro. When I was 15, actually, I became kind of an apprentice, or you could say a disciple or something, of Mr. Oida. And that was, he was a professional Go player. And what I did was, I was living in his house, and most of the time I was either replaying games played by top pros. I replayed a lot of games that were played by ancient Go professionals in the Edo era, because that was an era where Go was already very strong. That was hundreds of years ago in Japan. And the players of that time were very strong, and also they had a lot of time to play their games. And so the games tended to be very close to perfect quite often, and usually they were decided in the opening. And the player with the lead would just run away with it, playing a perfect middle game and end game. And so in that way, it was very easy to understand what was going on. Of course, I studied modern games too. Modern games are a little bit more difficult to understand because they are under more time pressure. And so people will make mistakes because they run out of time and stuff. But nonetheless, we would study modern games. So studying top professionals' games was one of the things we did. And then we would play each other. I would be playing with people who were challenging for me or about my own strength. So that would be other aspiring professionals or people who were trying to be professionals. Sometimes I would play a professional player who would be probably a bit stronger than myself because I was still approaching professional strength. So that would be the second way of studying, actually playing. And of course that includes the study of the game after I'm finished, or a discussion with my opponent. And the third way, of course, is Smiggle problems, which is life and death. Basically the reason we do that, the reason an amateur player, like a Shodan or a Q amateur player would do life and death would be to learn the basic shapes, because there's a lot of life and death shapes that come up in actual games again and again, over and over. And just learning how to play in these shapes is important for amateur players. Aspiring professionals go on to study very complicated life and death problems, which probably the same shape would never come up in an actual professional game. But we learn a lot because we have to hold the position in our minds. We don't actually play it out on the board. We try to solve these by just thinking about them. So we have to hold a board position in our minds. And basically we're building a Go board inside of our head so that we can have a picture of what's going on when we're trying to read out variations in the game.
It sounds like a computer.
Sounds like a computer,
It does,
huh?
doesn't it?
Well, listening to how AlphaGo is training, some of the things they say are very reminiscent of what I was doing when I was aspiring to be a professional player.
I was wondering. It did. And hundreds of years ago, games would go on days, right?
Well, if they were playing casual games, they would still play very quickly sometimes.
Okay.
They could play several games in a day. Hoinbo Shua was a player a few hundred years ago who was well known for playing several games a day. He could play quite quickly. And then they were playing more serious games. There were 4 families, or 4 houses, you might say, 4 different kind of organizations that were studying Go, and they competed with each other. So when there was a game between the leader of one of these houses against the leader of a different house, which were quite often played in front of the shogun, or the leader of the country, there was a lot of honor at stake. And so these games would be very serious, and they were supposed to be ending in one day, but they didn't. And then they were supposed to be playing without consulting, so they had to be kept separate from other professionals. So what would happen was they would be in the castle playing these games, and they wouldn't finish. So then they would have to go to some samurai's house. One of the government people would take them and have to watch them while they were playing, just to make sure they didn't cheat by asking some of their disciples or students to help along.
So Lee has taken a little bit of a break, so it's a good opportunity for me to remind you that you are watching the third and perhaps most important game of this historic Google DeepMind Challenge match live from the Four Seasons Hotel in downtown Seoul, Korea. I'm Chris Garlock. With me, Michael Redmond, 9Dan professional.
Hello.
I know that millions of people around the world are watching this game. It's a real, man versus machine. Although I always like to remind folks that it was people who
made it,
and some
yes.
really nice people, can I say? We've
Yes.
met them. We've been having breakfast with them, but Go is really, in a lot of ways, the final frontier, at least as far as games go, in terms of being this incredibly complicated game.
And skill-oriented.
And skill-oriented,
Yes.
total information. It's all out there. There's nothing hidden, folks. Nothing up Michael's sleeves, as far as I know.
I'm hiding a few stones, actually,
Okay.
yeah.
But this has been a challenge for many, many years. Computers have never been able to play at anything more than maybe a strong amateur level.
Some of them
if
were,
that.
they were strong amateur level. But they did actually, even the Monte Carlo programs, which were the strongest, did have some weak points, which is maybe a reason why Lee Sedol was sort of fishing around for weak points in the first two games.
And that would be a standard technique anyway, right? To sort of probe your opponent and sort of, test and see, right?
For some players, yes. I think actually Lee Sedol is the type who just plays his own game and has such a powerful game that most of the time his opponent can be overwhelmed by that, by the fact that Lee Sedol is playing his own game. And some of the top players are like that. And then there are some players who study their opponent's styles. And I wasn't under the impression that Lee Sedol was that type, actually. But there are some players who study their opponent's style and find weaknesses, which there are. In it, we're all human, we're not perfect. So we have weaknesses. And as you get stronger, you tend to repeat yourself. Maybe not as much as a computer would repeat some kind of imaginary flaw, which we haven't found yet. But we do tend to repeat things because the things we do, the moves we play, are moves that have succeeded for us in the past. So we have these memories, whether conscious or not, of success in the past. And there's a tendency to want to do that again. And it usually works. That's why we're strong players.
Well, when you were talking before about the sequence here and talking about pattern recognition, it just reminded me so much of what the DeepMind folks have told us about the pattern recognition, and it seems there's so much similar in terms of the thinking and its machine learning, and it really is quite exciting.
Now this was a point where the game could have gotten really, really exciting. If White had tried to kill this black group, White would have been playing something like this.
I was wondering.
And black would have played something like this.
Right.
And I don't really know how White would have continued. It looks a bit dangerous for White, basically because this three-line difference here is a bit too far for White to connect these two stones to these stones here. It's a bit too far away. Looking at these two stones and these 5 stones, it's also going to be difficult for White to win this race to capture because these 5 stones have a lot of extra liberties here. For instance, I'm sort of thinking of a variation like this. If White plays here, it looks like White has a loose connection. But actually,
Right.
Black can sort of break through here. And when this happens, these stones are going to be dying.
Is that, can we call that a Tsuji?
I guess so.
Just trying to introduce a term here.
It's a double scale, which is usually actually not a very good move, but in this case, it's a good move.
Okay.
When you get in positions like this, it's not always the moves that people say are good. So what White did by playing here first, this would be a very a wild conflict here, but the stones in this area are disconnected with these stones. So if we assume something like this, White has 2 groups to deal with, and all of the connections here are just a little bit flimsy for White. So this looks really dangerous for White. So what AlphaGo did was he's sort of cooling off the fight a little bit, maybe not making it so confrontational. Just sliding in here, making it a little bit easy to connect up there. Let's try Black cutting off. I cut it off with this move before. and then I played here, right? Now with this exchange that I was showing before, if white connects here, black will connect here, and we can see that these two stones are completely isolated. If white pushes through here, black can cut here. Now this white stone is not going to be saved, so the whole position falls apart. Now we'll go back to this. This is the game position right now. Now let's have black try the same thing. There's a big difference here.
I see.
Now it's just this exchange that is not being played. It's better not to have this exchange because now these white stones, the status of them is quite different. White can cut here. And just the fact that there wasn't a black stone at this point makes all the difference. At this point, Lee Sedol would resign, of course. Yeah. So he's not going to play that. I don't think he's going to play it. Yeah,
No, he's not.
someone would go and smack him on the head if he did.
We were talking about this the other day, but I'm trying to remember there were some very famous players because they're often, and I don't see Lee, I don't see a fan.
People used to carry fans.
Yeah. What was up with the fans? It was
there
was a
were
tradition for a long
these
time.
white. It's Japanese paper, it's
Yeah.
washi, usually, and very solid paper. And usually there would be some calligraphy on it,
Like a saying
or saying, or some word that the player liked.
Okay.
Some players still write their own fans. They write their own calligraphy on the fan. And this is a different story. I'll get back to that.
Okay.
And they would, use them, of course. They were most popular, of course, in the days before we had air conditioning, because Go has been played a long time. Air conditioning is pretty recent, right? And so they would use the fans to cool themselves off. Also, they'd use the, since the fans were pretty robust, actually, they could, some people who were nervous and wanted to move their hands around would be able to open and close the fans, sort of clicking them when they were thinking. And we will be able to, oh, there he is. We'll be able to see Lee Sedol moving his hands,
Yes.
which is a very common thing for people when they're thinking. And you can see it a lot of that in Go players too. So holding a fan and fiddling with it while thinking is useful for some people when they're thinking.
Right.
And then some players, when they get excited, will be slapping their face or hitting themselves on the head with the fan
Is it
too.
Shuko? I remember one of the top players had a habit of
Kobayashi, Cho Chikun.
Cho Chikun,
He's
yeah.
a Korean player, a Korean person, and he's a player in the Japanese system. When he was on top of the Go scene, there was a period when he had all of the important titles. He was very active, and so he would be hitting himself with the fan. You would get worried just watching.
Yeah. You don't really
I
see
think
that
we
so
should
much.
talk about the game
Yes.
a little
Let's
bit.
go back to the game.
I just showed you that this doesn't work.
Right.
And this doesn't work because white connects. I showed you that this was bad. So you might be surprised to see black
I was
playing a
very
move that looks really
surprised.
familiar. So let's have white playing the same refuting move. Now, instead of playing this, which looks really ridiculous now, black's going to push through here. So what does white do? If white plays here, white does have a connection on the first line. But of course,
Right.
this is in a hurry now,
Right.
and it's not white. Let's have white connect and black connect. So this is complete disaster for white.
Right.
Yeah. So maybe white tries playing here. Now there's the cut here,
Yes.
and so it's not connected. And after the cut, there's this follow-up move, which captures the 3 stones. So if white plays something like this, we can have black play something like this or like this.
I see.
And this group and this group are separated.
Okay.
So
Also a disaster.
playing here directly actually works. Now the idea is that if white plays something like this, black is going to play something like this, and white cannot connect in this case either. This is a case where this stone gets killed. So white played here,
Right.
and black played here. Now these stones are going to have a difficult time connecting up to these stones. So there's a question of will white try to live with two separate groups, which would be something like this, in which these stones would be moving out in this direction. There is still some weakness in black's position here. This is a move that white would sort of like to play. It will lead to a very difficult, oh, he did play it, okay. AlphaGo did play this move. And it would lead to a difficult fight.
Somehow I don't think AlphaGo's worried about that.
AlphaGo is playing a much more complicated game than it used to. I think when I came here, I came prepared with a folder of printed copies of the 5 games that AlphaGo played against Fan Hui in October. And I was thinking that I would show them to you at some time.
I was going to say, where's the folder? I don't see the folder.
I didn't bring it. I trashed it because AlphaGo has changed so much in these 5 months that it's not really relevant anymore. Right. And it's not only playing a completely different game, it's much more strong than it used to be.
So we're just moving into a whole new...
Using those 5 games to talk about AlphaGo would be just a waste of time at this point.
Okay, forgotten.
Yeah.
So we have some more development here.
Black plays here. Now for the time being, these 2 stones are as good as connected, because if white tries to push through here, black will cut off. This stone is in danger. White needs to play something, and black can capture these 4 stones.
Right.
So for the time being, that's okay for black. We have to remember that this move that connects it can actually be here also.
Well, that's clever.
Because if black plays here, white will play here, and black cannot push through here.
Nice.
So the fact that it can be here, white's not going to do this first, but white's going to have this in reserve maybe. It has an effect on the cornerstones. So white would like to sort of make that work by combining that kind of thing. There's also the fact that, let's assume that white doesn't do that immediately and does something like this. Black is going to play either here or here to connect these stones. In this kind of fight, white still has the potential of a cut here. Now for the time being, that's not going to work. But if white gets a stone somewhere around here, then there's the cut next. So white can potentially use the threat of this cut to sort of move around and escape out into the center. White is still thinking of, these stones are not completely enclosed, so if white can escape out into the center, that would be good for white.
And is this kind of thing where I think people new to the game might be looking at this and saying, there's this huge board, 19 by 19 board, and except for some moves early in the game,
everything is being played in the upper
one
left.
corner. What's, you know?
Well, I think actually even AlphaGo sort of has a kind of a heat to each part of the game board, basically, or when it uses its policy network. Some of the areas are sort of heated up, and some of them are cooler than that.
I think literally, the guys told us that it actually visually.
And I think I've seen in the paper they published a kind of a color map of that. And once white plays the approach move, that was the first move he played in this area. I guess it was something like the 8th. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. It was maybe move 12 or something like that. Fairly early in the game. Once white approached black's big network there, that already heated up the whole area.
Gotcha.
And when black played a few moves after that, that was black 15, to try to split white into 2 groups. And we see that black did, for the time being, he cut off this 1 stone, and white was sort of trying to make a life. Once black played that 15, this area becomes sort of red hot. And after that, that situation is just continued throughout the game.
So you really can't play away.
Playing away at this point would be sort of
fatal,
self-destructing.
Right.
Yeah, the computer would sort of go into flames or something.
You keep saying that.
I'm sort of waiting for it to happen, but unfortunately for Luis-Edo, it hasn't happened yet.
And there's
the move I was talking about. Next, if white plays here. Now there's a big difference here. Like if white had cut immediately, then black could play here and could cut. And this looks like it's going to be trouble for white.
Is this a little bit of a geta or not?
It's not quite a geta.
The net you had talked about.
The net, yeah.
Not quite, is it?
Actually, I'm not
is
sure
this-
what would happen.
Is this? But this is
Well,
this
this
refers
is
to what you were talking
forcing,
about
yes.
before, right? Where
This is
these guys
forcing.
are going to get cut off.
That would be good. Actually, it's a bit more complicated than I expected, but white's in trouble on both sides. Let's just do it this way. I think it looks bad for white, even though I was a bit confused at first. Something like this.
Oh, and then a ladder.
It's not a ladder because of the white stone here. I think this is going to hit this stone at some point.
I see.
But black can do stuff like this and attack these 5 stones in the meantime.
Gotcha.
And it looks bad for white.
Okay.
So instead of cutting immediately, white is it's like this. White is played here, threatening to cut next. Now we see if white cuts, white has a connected shape because if black pushes through, white can just cover.
Right.
And this is a tiger's mouth again. So black will have to answer somehow. Why is Lee Sedol taking so long? Partly because even locally, he has a choice between this move, which would capture the 1 stone
Right.
and protect against the cut, and this move, which is sort of sente, it threatens to cut through here, and also protects against the cut here. So locally, he has 2 moves that he can consider. He also has the idea that capturing these 5 stones would solve that whole problem. Like if black could play something like this and kill these 5 stones, then he would not need to cut to protect this.
Does that work?
This is not going to work because there's a hole here, which is going to be trouble for black. Let's have white play this way.
let's take a look at it. Right.
It doesn't take long for this
Right.
to deteriorate.
Right.
So directly, this doesn't work for black.
Okay.
That doesn't mean black might not try something like this or like this to threaten to do that, and then come back to here later. So that would be what Lee Sedol is thinking about right now.
And this goes back to what you said, over all of the games, which is that you're really trying to be efficient, and so simply connecting or capturing the stone, while it does the job, it
You
may
sort
not,
of try to find something a bit better.
that does maybe 2 things at once. And in this case, you're protecting the cut and you're threatening.
To push through and cut here, maybe. In some cases, if black can get some extra stones, this kind of move is forcing. So even not pushing through the cut or play on the outside like this and sort of enclose white is also a possibility.
So let me ask you again. What I sort of feel like is the big, besides the sort of the importance of this game in terms of Lee Sedol must win to stay in the hunt for the match, but also is he playing his game?
He's playing his game,
He's playing
I
his
think.
game, right?
Yes.
Yeah. This feels like
I have a lot of trouble judging who is ahead, but it is a very Lee Sedol-like game.
Do you like the feel of this
I like
game?
the feel of the game, yes.
And how about for AlphaGo?
AlphaGo is, again, once AlphaGo played in here, it's only reasonable that AlphaGo has to continue playing in the area and save these stones. And when black, after this very strong move here, white has to do something with it. So there's a logic to the way white is playing. We don't really know whether it was very good or maybe, since white does have 2 weak groups, if it doesn't really work out, then maybe it was an overplay, but we don't really know which it is at this point. By the way, this shape here, just looking at it alone, let's say that the black corner group had no trouble brewing at all.
Okay.
This would not be an eye. So white has 0 eyes, only the fact that this black corner group is sort of isolated, it indicates that in some cases, sort of depending on various variables, this can become forcing. In many cases, this will be a forcing move, threatening black in the corner, and when black answers in the corner, now white can make an eye right here. So white has kind of a potential eye on the side here.
I think for your next book, and you have many books, you should do just these kind of clever moves on the
side.
on the side
On the side of the board. Yeah, on the first.
On the first line.
There's magic on the first line.
Magic on the first
I
line.
think there was someone who made a book of that title, actually.
I think it was supposed to be a joke, but maybe not.
No, there's a lot of magic on the first
Okay.
line. Also, looking at this area, it looks like it might be an eye for white, but actually, when black plays here, the weakness of white's connection here materializes. I showed you this move, I showed you
Right,
this move. They
right.
both of them don't really work very well. When there's a black stone here, either one will work, like if black pushes through and cuts here. Now this stone is safe because these two are in Atari,
Right.
and if white saves the two stones, black can just connect. So the fact that this is forcing, white has to answer it with a move, would answer it with a move like this. Or if black really wants to take away white's eyes, black can do something like this, force white to connect. So white doesn't really have any eyes in this area, but maybe a potential eye here. Or if you add them up together, however black plays, white's going to have half a potential eye on one side or the other.
Okay.
So when you're playing, it's very important to assess that kind of thing and know that this group has a potential eye, but at the best, unless white gets to this point earlier, which would sort of change that equation. If we assume that this is black's forcing move, white only has one potential eye, so it doesn't have two eyes.
One of the things you sometimes see when you first teach people to play and you explain about the need for eyes to live is that people feel like, oh, I should make eyes right away.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, in strong amateur play and certainly in professional play, you look at a board, and as you're just showing, no eyes.
No eyes yet. Well,
No
yeah.
eyes. And so as an amateur, you look at it, it just kind of makes you nervous because
Well, there's no really efficient way to make them. I think if white did invest a move here, then it would be much closer to a living shape.
Right.
But the move here is sort of worth like just 2 or 3 points, less than 5 points.
Right.
It's not a move that white really wants to play at an early stage of the game.
And as long as you can escape out to the center, there's really no need to even worry about it.
Now, if white had played here, this is also a feasible move, but there would be, since black is reinforced once, there would be more danger of a move like this that sort of attacks those 5 white stones. This would still be dangerous for both sides, like white could play here and here to try to break out. And if white does break out, then it's danger for this black group. But instead of playing here, like if white does nothing in the area, again, the point is that this area is still heated up. It's still a very important fight in the game. If white plays elsewhere, then black's going to have all sorts of forcing moves here. Let's just say he plays 2 forcing moves like this, and something like this is going to close off the center here. So black should be able to kill that white group, and dying here would sort of end the game. It would be just too big. So by playing here, white has indirectly gotten rid of the threat, because with a white stone here, anything in this area is not going to be forcing. So I think we're seeing some very good fighting by AlphaGo.
Yeah, and toe-to-toe. Once again, we've seen that in all the games, that AlphaGo is not afraid to go toe, which of course.
And just judging from the beginning, when white jumped in, we had a black framework that was covering the left side and the upper side throughout the game. I mean, throughout most of the board in this area. All that's left of it is a small territory in the upper left corner and the upper side, which is sort of spreading out into the center. So black hasn't really gotten much territory from his attack. And white has, with these stones, white is breaking up the left side. So white is sort of accomplishing a lot. And white does have weak groups. This is a weak group, and this is still not settled. But black also has the weak stone here, and these stones are not settled either. So it's hard to say who's winning this fight locally. And judging from the big moyo that it started with, I think that white's had some amount of success here in breaking up black's moyo.
Right, because nobody's going to die. I mean, you showed all these different ways, but
I'm not going to promise you that.
I'm going to make that prediction.
Yes.
No, but I mean, all right, let's say it's highly unlikely that anybody's going to die. But if if all of these groups, escape out, live, or live, the question is where is the territory? So actually, can we do sort of a quick? It's way too early, but just sort of looking at, okay, so there's a few points here.
About 7 points, maybe.
Okay.
I'd call this at the very. There's still the invasion here, for instance. So if white plays here, this corner will become white's territory.
Right.
So if we're just counting this, it's something like 12 points. But actually, since black has potential here and potential here, I would be calling this just not randomly, but kind of a round number of about 20 points.
Okay.
So black has less than 30 points. And again, white's territories are not really clearly defined. White has 2 moves here in this corner, but actually if black plays here, it's not going to be a white territory.
Okay.
When black does that and scoops out the corner here, though, there's going to be a lot of white stones on the outside, and that influence will affect the 2 sides here. And so white will get something back. So usually you count this as something, even though white needs 1 more move in this vicinity to make it territory. We know we have to remember that white has something here. So that's somewhere in the vicinity of 20 points, 15 points. And it's impossible to count it, really. And again, in this corner, it's the same story. If black jumps in here, there's probably going to be more black territory than there's white. But if white plays here, it's something like more than 20 points.
So
Right. Yeah, so when white plays, it's more than 20 points. When black plays, maybe slightly more black territory. So it means that white has more potential here. So it's at least something like 10 points that you can give to white.
So given what you've seen with AlphaGo's play in the last 2 games, if we were to see AlphaGo play away, even if it wasn't completely settled, right?
Well, you're talking about this move, but actually this is not playing away, it's indirectly protecting the center group. Because when black pushes from this side,
Right.
these black group stones will also be in danger.
Right.
If we, for instance, just throw this kind of variation on the board, we can see that actually it's going to be a fight between this white group and this black group. And with the extra white stone here, it might be a bit difficult for black, actually.
I guess I was thinking more about one of the really big moves that you just showed.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. If
It's too early to be playing them.
Right.
Like if we assume black, what looks like a kind of a natural move would be for black to move out, something like this. If white were to play elsewhere, it would be a big problem because black
you
would
go right back on the attack. Okay.
In fact, this if black combined this attack with some move like this to reduce white's eye space, this would just kill the white group.
Okay.
So this is still a position where both sides have to continue playing, and in this kind of game, the groups just sort of spread out over the board. But I think that black has to, like I was saying, if we count this as by dividing the 20-so points that white gets and a very small margin that black gets if black plays first, and divide it into, say, an estimated 10 points for white. And again, this is something like close to 20 points for white if white plays first. Black gets the territory, a bit more territory than white if black plays first, but then white is going to get influence on the 2 sides here. So there's some territory for white here too. This seems to be about the same as the black territories. So if this fight is even, I would be leaning towards white. I would assume that white is ahead. Black would like to be able to sort of maneuver some attack on white, a stronger attack on the white stones. Because actually, if both of these groups are sort of peacefully moving out into the center, let's just have something like this. When we look at the whole area here, actually there's a lot of white stones here which will be helping white, whereas the black group is sort of isolated. And we can see that this black group doesn't really have eyes.
So I will confess the reason I was asking this is because this reminds me of a lot of my games in that, I'm kind of handling this fine, but I'm kind of running in the wrong area. and so my opponent sort of lets me live, and then gets the big moves. So this is the picture that's showing up in my head.
Well, at this point, look at these black stones. Black's using a lot of stones that are not really doing anything in the
Right.
in surrounding territory.
Right.
But it's like, I think I just counted 13 stones for black.
And how many points
So
of
they're not
territory?
very useful in themselves. They are useful in that black is fighting against these white stones and these white stones, and has another group here which is trying to sort of enclose this white group. So there's no way that black can afford to sacrifice these
No,
stones.
of course
You can't allow white to kill them. And so just by necessity, black's going to have to be moving out. In fact, this is a pretty aggressive move here. But black is sort of hoping to squeeze out with white and through that get a better attack on white in the center.
So they're really kind of doing a bit of a wrestling match at the moment between these groups, right? I mean, it's-
Well, this is it's a scary game. I would be
I thought it was just me.
I would be a bit worried with black because I'm not sure that this black group is stronger than this white group. So
Can you explain that? Why?
just because that when the two groups, well, if you can sort of get a quick kill with some move like this that encloses white, but actually, well, we're assuming sort of forcing moves here, so the connection here, if that's okay, when this happens, notice I'm standing up. I'm starting to get excited.
He's off his chair, folks.
Yeah. When this kind of thing happens, both groups will be in danger. This black group is cut off from the rest of the board,
Okay.
and this white group is also cut off from the rest of the board. But if we look at it, there's some liberties here that both groups share.
Okay.
And then there's some extra liberties, just a few. Look at white's extra liberties. White seems to have more extra liberties.
A lot.
Extra liberties here too.
Right.
So generally speaking, the player with extra liberties on the outside is the one who's going to win this fight.
Gotcha.
And that's my expectation here. So this white group, if they get into a semi like this white group is going to be stronger than the black group.
Yeah, semi is a capturing race.
Right. And so, while if it worked, a quick kill like this would solve all black's problems. And what I think is actually going to happen is that both players will be running out into the open here, which is this area. And when that happens, just for instance, something like this, when they do both sort of escape out into the open, we have to look wider into the general area here. And we can see that white has a lot of reinforcements. White has friendly stones in the area, which will help white in the coming fight because while running out, these white stones will sort of connect up to this area, provided black can't enclose them. They will sort of run off in this direction. These stones are sort of running off in this direction to connect to these stones. And black doesn't have any friendly groups to connect up to. So these stones will sort of be isolated, and they still don't have any eyes. So black's going to be, let's just randomly assume that he moves in this direction. He's going to end up having to make eyes in this area. And the white stones in the vicinity will be helping white to make that difficult.
But as I think you were saying earlier, I mean, if black simply runs out and lives, that's simply not good enough. Black has to get something.
Black would like to somehow make an attack on white's center. I just don't see how it happens really.
Right.
The natural move for black would be some way to move out into the center. Pushing through and cutting here actually is another possibility. But actually, in this case, when white plays the strongest move, which is this, it is slightly different from the fight to capture before because there are some extra liberties here. And also, white has to find a good timing to play moves like this because there is the weakness here, which is eventually will become a problem for white. And so it is a bit more complicated. But even if white just plays like this, Black still needs to come back to capture the one stone somehow. So a number of moves he has to choose from. And we can see that there's some damage being done to Black's framework in this area, because Black had an area here that was looking like territory and still does not have a living shape here. So if we assume a white move later in this area, these Black stones will be enclosed, and they don't really have a perfect eye shape yet. So pushing through and cutting doesn't necessarily solve all of Black's problems.
And it would also be considered kind of crude as well. I mean,
It's a move that actually is realistically possible in this position, but it is crude compared to moves, for instance, like this, which would be natural shape.
Right. And a Kasumi like this is often considered slow, but it's really solid.
It's
right?
solid.
I mean, like if you try and run faster.
Well, White would still play something like this. Black would eventually need another stone to put in here.
Okay.
There's also the fact that the Kosumi is sort of peeping here. Later on, White can play moves like this to potentially cut off those 5 white stones.
What I was wondering too in this fight is, and Black has his eyes on this group clearly, right?
Definitely, Black played once here. Black would like to threaten this group. These 2 stones are pretty weak, but again, White really needs a stone in this area to kill them. Even if White plays here, there's always the aji of the potential of a Black move here and this kind of thing. And so these stones will not easily die. It would be a ko at least.
So Black, so Lee has not given these stones up by any means.
Actually,
there.
the fact that he quite recently played this move to move out means that he's going. Those are one of the groups that these 2 stones are one of the groups that he's going to be moving out with. He's going to not going to give them up. But look, if I was Black, I would be sort of unhappy with this situation already.
So that's because it's hard for you to see the profit in this attack?
Black is not getting very much profit. Black has the profit here, which was probably going to be Black's territory anyway.
Okay.
Black has a small corner, which is, since he had the cornerstone to begin with, it's not all that much. It's not as much as you might expect. And he played a very aggressive attack on White here. But the result is White has ruined Black's left side territory, and the balance of power in this fight in the center doesn't seem to favor Black very much. But of course, Lee Sedol might have something in reserve that changes that equation. But I would be a bit worried because these Black stones, as I was saying, they don't have any friendly stones in the general area. So it seems a long distance that Black will have to be running out to make a life. And so he played this move. This is a more direct attack against the white stones in this area. If White, say, plays something on this side, Black can play here. And this is a bit more direct than playing the peep here and then pushing through. This would also capture the 5 stones. But of course, these 2 stones would be looking a bit dead at that point. So something like this might be a better way for Black to capture the 5 stones. White would play here, Black here. White pushes through. And Black can capture the 5 stones. White would probably want to put one more stone in here, sort of to capture those 2 stones. So White's getting a lot out of this also. So this would be one variation that could actually happen.
And then in this position, there's really no longer a play in the
It's not
corner,
going to live.
right? It's not going to live. There's not room.
Things could happen here that would change that, but for the time being, it's
But
not
just
going to
locally.
live. Yeah. Instead, White saved those 5 stones. Now, this is the strongest move. Basically, White is saying that Black still doesn't have any good move here. And again, it's a case that if Black does something like this, and let's just have White play here, and locally, I think it's a forcing move. And then here. again, we have a fight between these two groups. And again, I think white's going to win this fight because white has all these outside liberties. And the inside liberties are sort of shared. What's more, white has sort of potential eye space in various places, while black has no potential to make an eye.
Right.
There's a saying that a semi-eye, a fight to kill, is not called a semi-eye when it's more than one move's difference. So when it's like this, it's not a fight to kill, it's just a dead black group.
Right.
If it's one move difference, then you're allowed to call it a semi-eye.
All right.
So black's not going to do that.
And white shape just looks a little nicer somehow.
White has a
It's-
nice shape here, yeah.
This shape feels a little,
Oh, sorry, black played this move,
yeah.
and white answered here. So this is the strongest answer. These two stones are still in danger. Like if white plays here, it's highly unlikely that these, well, there's still a bit of a space here, but it's highly unlikely that these stones will be able to escape. And that would be, now this is bigger than it was before. It's more like 30 points, or vicinity of 30 points. And I'm sort of vague about the exact numbers because the borderlines here, they're not defined yet.
Right.
And so they can expand or they can shrink a little bit.
Well, this brings up something that I wanted to talk a little bit about. A lot of what comes up when you're talking about things is almost intuition. You have a feel for it, right? And that's come up in the discussions around AlphaGo as well. You know, very clearly that they're trying to develop that sense of intuition.
Yes.
Backed up by, of course, by serious reading power and pattern recognition and the assessment of value, and so when we look at this, it is a little difficult if we don't have your experience. Our intuition is not as developed as your intuition, and how do you assign that?
Well, when I was young, I used to think that intuition was sort of like some God-given inspiration that came out of nowhere. But actually, nowadays, I've come to think that actually it is a memory or experience that we have. And it's just that we cannot really define it. It's something that you could call it half memory, actually. It's something that we know, but we don't really know why we know it. So we have a feeling about a position, and it's pretty automatic. But we can't really define all the reading or the pattern recognition that goes into it because we don't have a clear memory, a conscious memory. I think we have a subconscious memory of all the variations that we studied or played in decades that we sort of remember, actually. And then there's the more clear memories. For instance, if we call this a white territory, if we put a white stone here and say these two stones are dead, we know that black is going to, at some point, play a move like this to reduce white's territory. This is actually called the monkey jump.
I was hoping you'd. And why is it called the monkey jump?
It's called the monkey jump because they're working off a Japanese word, which is the sarusuberi, which can also translate to, it's kind of a direct translation. There's two theories about it. One is that the shape here sort of reminds people of a monkey sort of swinging along on a vine.
With the curved tail.
Curved shape, yeah,
Right.
with the curved tail. And there's also the fact that there's a plant that has a kind of a curvy shape, which is named the sarusuberi. Of course, it's named that because it looks sort of like a monkey's tail too.
It's just a closed loop, isn't it?
Yeah, but some people say that it's named after the plant. Some people say that it's named after the monkey. So we don't really know. In the case it's named after the plant, then it's a case of misinterpretation into English. But it's a nice name anyway.
I love the monkey
And
jump.
so then we have a shape where the white stones end up sort of like this. And so white's territory can be reduced to this line. And that's just something I know. because I've played this shape many times and I've studied there's a lot of variations to the monkey jump endgame move is a move that really trips even level amateur players, because there's a number of ways white can try to stop that, and they work sometimes and they don't, depending on the shape of the surrounding stones, and then there are some exceptions, and sometimes the choice of how white stops that has to do with a koh, or it has to do with the potential of these stones to maybe make a life. And so there's a lot of factors, even in what should be a straightforward endgame move there's a lot of factors. But I just know, having studied that over and over again, I just know I can see a wall of white stones in this area.
We got a turn.
Okay. After white jumped out here, this is sort of to make an exit here. Black turned here. I'll take this stone up. Now this is threatening to connect up to the side, because black can force with this.
Oh, threatening to cut.
Yeah, and white has to answer, and black can play here. This would be really good for black. And the whole group here is connected up, which makes it a strong group, and this makes this white group sort of weak,
bad
because
shape, right?
Yeah, because black can attack this white group with moves like this. I'm playing a lot of black moves actually, but this would be really bad for white. Even just the potential of this kind of thing. And of course black can also slide into the corner, and this would make a completely live group for black. So it's pretty important for white to prevent that from happening.
So what's the stylish way to?
Well, it could be either. This is sort of a bad move, because eventually this will not be an eye anyway.
Right.
So one way for white to play would be to play here. One of the drawbacks of this is that when black plays here, there's still sort of a hole here. In this case, it doesn't really matter, because this is a forcing move for white, and so that solves the problem. So in this case, I don't think there's any need for white to play this move, which would prevent that. It would prevent the weakness.
Right, right.
So although this is a bad move, maybe this is a good move. Otherwise, another way for white to cut black off would be play this move first.
Yeah, and I was wondering about this because I think this seems like playing on the closest. It's not as stylish as this.
Compared to this move, this is closer to the black three stones.
I see.
And it's more threatening to black's eye shape when black does something like this to make a life in the corner, for instance. This is taking away the potential eye that black would get if black plays something like this. There's some more space here. So that's why I'm sort of leaning towards this move. And the value of the bad point about that, if we assume these black groups are strong, eventually black can force again with this. And okay, white did not cut black off. Let's just go back to the game then.
Are you surprised?
I'm surprised.
Yeah. I could.
White jumped here. Now that's a very safe move. White's just connecting up his stones. I think that maybe AlphaGo thinks he's ahead.
Got a couple of moves here. There's a
And then
jump,
black
there's
extended.
a poke, and then there's a...
And this again is threatening to cut white off here.
Right.
With this and this. And white answered here.
Oh, which is threatening the...
Threatening the cut there.
But the cut doesn't...
Well, when black can connect underneath like this, I'm not sure whether black will connect there or not. The straightforward move would be to play here. Just to connect up to the center.
Wouldn't it?
Otherwise, black can play here to connect up on the side. If I were white, I would have pressed the attack, to be honest. But this is a very calm way for white to play, actually.
So I got to ask you, does that mean that...
It could mean that AlphaGo thinks it's ahead. At this point of the game, I wouldn't really be counting on that too highly because there's so much that can happen from here to the end of the game. But you know, playing safe moves or what look like slack moves is sometimes a signal that AlphaGo thinks it's doing well.
So far, I mean,
Yeah.
from what we've seen and from what we've found out from talking to the team,
Right.
I mean,
Yes,
this could
it
be like
is
this
kind
could
of
be
a signal,
the 95%
Yeah.
move.
Well, I've already had the feeling that this is a difficult fight for black. Usually I see AlphaGo doing that kind of thing a little bit later in the game.
Yeah,
It's a bit early
that's-
for it to be doing that.
That's what I was wondering.
And usually, generally speaking, it's sort of dangerous to think you're ahead at this part of the game because there's so much area that you have to fill from now to the end of the game that there's no way of predicting how it's going to turn out, really.
But let me ask you, that's human against human. You've got an incredibly powerful computer here, and aren't we kind of getting into its wheelhouse section in terms of, being able to calculate out?
Well, if it can calculate the whole game at this point, it's pretty hopeless already. But I don't think so.
No.
I don't think it's come this far.
Okay. So if you're Lee Sedol, you're going to go ahead and take the connection underneath?
Black has a lot of choices. Black would still, I think Black is considering this move as one of its potential moves, because this puts some pressure on White in the center. Black is still sort of threatening with something like this or something like this. Black can threaten White in the center here. And so Black would like to play here because when Black connects up on the side, we can expect White to push through here in the center and start to make some thickness here in the center, which would be good for White. And the Black group is still not completely alive. Black still needs to move somewhere in the vicinity of this. So I'm thinking that maybe this is not good enough for Black. So Black should be considering maybe here to put some pressure on White in the center. And if White is running away with something like that, then maybe later. And the other thing that Black can think about is, well, there are two moves so far, this move and this move. And then there's the hole here, which is a bit of a problem for White.
I was just looking at that. Is that...
For the time being, it's not a big problem because
Okay.
Black has these zones which are in danger. So for the time being, White could just answer it on this side. Whatever happens here, the problem on this side of the board is going to be more important. So I would be thinking mostly, but he connected underneath. This is just a stylish way to do the same thing that I was showing you, this move. I was just doing it this way to make it easy to understand.
Thank you.
This is actually a better move because if White does play here, Black can play this forcing move at any point or later. Black might even leave it one more move, and if White plays here, which looks like it's cutting Black off, Black finally plays here. And if White goes after the one stone, this is going to be dangerous for White too. This is actually a ko here, because if White plays here, Black will be taking the ko here, but eventually White does have a 2 eye space if White can win the ko. Like if White can fill this point, then we have a group with 2 eyes. So this is alive, but of course Black will be taking this, and we have a position that's called a ko here, it looks a bit dangerous for White actually. I don't think White's going to do that, and it actually, since it's Black's choice, like Black can at this point, when White pushes through, Black can choose to invite the ko or can play safe and avoid the ko. So it's Black's choice at this point, so there's really no point for White to be doing stuff like that.
Well, but let's talk about that
No, but he
first.
did push through once,
Okay.
and Black answered here. So Black is inviting White into the ko.
And we talked about that earlier, but I think it's good to talk about it again.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk about that ko could be advantageous for Lee Sedol.
People say so.
You're
The Monte Carlo programs sort of came on the scene, I think, about a decade ago
yeah.
in Go. And when previous programs were probably just about Q level, or maybe close to Shodan, with the Monte Carlo-based programs, the programs that used the Monte Carlo search, suddenly we had Dan-level, pretty strong amateur programs. Like playing against a weaker player, they looked like they were 5-6 Dan at least. But then playing against a pro, maybe not so strong. But one of the sort of hallmark weaknesses or standard weaknesses of a Monte Carlo program was the ko, because there were so many complications that it became difficult to use the search to find the correct answer, I think. And so people were looking for this weakness in AlphaGo because it does include a Monte Carlo search in its various, that's one of its various tools that it uses. But of course, even in October, it was successfully playing some Co's. And I just sort of doubt that that would be a major problem. It could have potentially problems with really complicated code situations in which there's a kind of a rule issue. There could be a blind spot in how the rules cover it or something like that. But in a straightforward co, it was doing well already in October, so I don't see any problems that it should have. There is the tendency to avoid a co, which we've seen even in the first two games. But that was when AlphaGo was winning anyway. And we know that it simplifies the game or refuses to take high-risk moves when it's winning,
Right.
when it knows it's winning.
That would just be low percentage, so why
And
bother?
I don't really, personally, I don't see the danger in a co. I sort of like co's myself.
Yeah, you're not buying it.
But maybe it sort of just ignores that code because it knows that even if it gives up the points in that area, that has no effect on the result of the game. Black plays here. Now, this is just a kind of a fancy way to connect up here. Also, let's assume white answers this, and black answers. This is putting more pressure on white's group here. So still, Lee Sedol, I think Lee Sedol is a bit more happy about this now that he's connected on the side, because this black group is much stronger than it used to be. So I get the impression, my impression is that black has caught up a little bit. But you know, that's what happens when AlphaGo plays those slack moves when it thinks it's ahead.
We've seen this before.
And it's not always, sometimes it's a bit misleading, but I have the feeling that black has caught up a bit.
Okay. All right, you're watching the Google DeepMind Challenge Match, Game 3, the key game. Lee Sedol is down 0-2, must win today to stay in the match. All 5 games will be played no matter what.
Yes.
But if AlphaGo wins today, it will have won the match and the $1 million prize and the bragging rights.
Yes.
And maybe a car, I don't know. We forgot to ask David.
What would AlphaGo do with the car?
But so the pressure is on.
Yes.
The pressure is definitely on. And we are live here at the Four Seasons Hotel in downtown Seoul. You know, this morning it was a bit overcast, and I was thinking, well, you know, sometimes I happen to like overcast
You were hoping
days.
for a lightning bolt or something?
Oh, you know, bright skies, but I was thinking
Oh.
maybe Lee Sedol, you know, if it's overcast, but
Oh.
AlphaGo doesn't care.
Definitely not.
Doesn't matter what the weather is. So anyway, must play.
Okay,
yes.
here we go.
Right.
Now white will play another move towards the center of the board just to make these stones safe. Now to take another look at the overall situation, black still has this territory here and here, and now has a bit more territory here. So black is more in the vicinity of 30 points.
Okay.
Although the territory here again, if we have a black stone here, then this alone will approach 30 points. So then black's more than 40 points. Whereas if there's a white stone here, then it's just this area, so then it's more like 30 points.
So you, as a professional, would really
usually
just
you
count it
count
as 30.
the lowest possible
lowest number,
number.
right.
Yeah. And I'm sort of assuming this is black's territory. 90% of the time this is going to stay being black's territory, but with Go games are fluid in that way, and so I'm not going to guarantee it. But for the time being, I'm going to count it as black's territory. White still doesn't have any territory. White has a big framework that's building up on the lower side.
And we've seen this before, though, where white, you know, was behind. I think it was.
In territory, yeah.
Yeah, it was a game 2, I think.
In game
where-
2, that was AlphaGo as black was behind in territory.
Right.
Yes.
It didn't seem to be a problem.
It didn't seem to bother it very much. Black did have a territorial framework on the upper side, which seemed to be a bit difficult to make into territory. But actually, I think Lee Sedol played a few slack moves that allowed AlphaGo to make a very nice territory on the upper side.
So I remember you had referred earlier to the study session that Lee Sedol had with his fellow 9-down professionals, and they were apparently analyzing different kinds of things, but one of their big advices was don't make mistakes.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm sure he hadn't thought of that, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'd like to not make mistakes too. Yeah.
Right, that's the plan. Don't make mistakes.
A big difference. Yeah, it's a good plan. But in either case, I think Black is much happier about his prospects. So I would say that what moved this jump here was it makes Lee Sedol much more happy about how he's, and you can see his moves are speeding up. It means that he's finding good moves, playable moves that make him feel that he can play this game. Whereas before, I think he was just trying to find a way out of his trouble.
I'll be right back.
So now I'm expecting White to sort of be playing towards the center again, because White does have a weak group in the upper left. So now White has played one more move to secure a moyo on the lower side. I guess White's plan is that Black will jump out once more, maybe, at which point White can escape into the center. But in this case, Black does have a continuing attack that could develop against White's upper left group. I would say Black has choices of moves like this. Maybe a move somewhere in the center would be more aggressive, or a jump here. And this area here is still pretty wide open. Black still has invasions around here. And again, the 3-3 point, or somewhere further into the side maybe.
So a question at this point of the game, Lee Sedol clearly today taking your advice, playing his own game.
Yeah.
Is AlphaGo beating him at his own game?
Well, there was a point there where I thought so. But I was really taken by surprise when AlphaGo allowed these Black groups to connect up on the second line.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it was AlphaGo thinking that this is going well for White. But actually, I think it's a case that by playing the safe move, actually White has created a position that is further away from a clean victory. Because this White's sort of counting on some profit in the lower right area, or the lower side here. But with the weak group in the center there, and by giving Black sort of the initiative in attacking White, Black can live on the side at any point now. So Black's group is much stronger than it used to be. And by giving Black that advantage in the center fight, it makes it much more difficult for White to come back and surround the lower side. And at any point, Black will not be doing it yet, but at any point, black can reduce white's lower side.
And this brings up my next question then, and this begins to answer it. So this is, as you had pointed out, much earlier, it's certainly beginning to look whitish.
It's
right?
whitish, yeah. It's a white framework.
Black clearly is going to need to get in there
At some point, yeah.
point. So
Well,
what are the potential, what are the spots that
like if
Lee
this
Sedol's-
white group here was strong, white could play something like this, and it would be very difficult, not impossible, but very difficult for black to come in.
So that would become
That
all,
would be one way. If white really wanted the side territory to be safe, white could play further towards the side,
Okay.
and then there would be some weakness in the corner here, maybe a ko. So that would be a question of how much white wants to surround the side or not. But with a weak group here, there's always, and actually this move is sort of setting that up, because black is, instead of moving out and sort of making a direct attack on white, which would be answered by something like this, when black does this and then invades, and something like this, there's always the fact that white can at some point play a move here or here, and these black stones will not be alive, the whole black group here. And so this move does not create a strong living group. So instead of poking his head out here, what he's doing is, with this move, I think Lee Sedol is creating a living group. Now this group, at this point, white has answered once. I'm sort of expecting Lee Sedol to play a move here or here, maybe. That's the typical move that follows this attachment here. In this case, it might be this one. Yes.
This is a part of the game. Can I just say that where you just start calling every single move? I mean,
It's a local fight.
It's a local fight.
like,
Every single move. It's
It's elementary for people like Lee
Right.
Sedol.
right.
I'm not going to say it's elementary for me, but it's a place where even I can call his next move.
Yeah.
The reason is that black's object here is to make some space, from eye space for this.
Right.
So he wants to have this forcing move. Usually white will answer it here or something like this, for instance, and black will have that extra space. Black will or not, maybe will not yet play this move.
Oh, okay. That was my
But,
question. He doesn't have to play
it
it
makes
right
a big
away.
difference in either case to white playing first and having something like this. Even just this one exchange would make a big difference. The problem with well, usually black plays here, because if white goes after this one stone with a move like this, and after the one stone, usually it's not so good for white to allow black to break out on this side. But in this case, with all these white stones in the area, this is not really very successful. White can just play here. This is not even a real eye. It's a fake, what we call a false or a fake eye. So allowing white to capture the one stone in the corner, that makes this corner group strong too. So in this case, although usually this is good for black, in this case it's not so good for black. So black cuts first. This is a good example of a sacrifice stone, because this stone is killed very, very easily. White just comes here. That's what he did. AlphaGo did. And now black plays here. White has a choice of connecting or taking here. Usually white will probably just simply connect. And so black got in this forcing move, sort of making a sacrifice, a little bit of a sacrifice. But he can use it once more later by playing moves like this when he wants to invade white's territory a little bit, or this when he wants to make some extra eye space. So this whole exchange here is just to strengthen black's entire group, making some extra eyes.
Another question based on the games that we've seen so far is I'm feeling like this might be getting into a danger zone for Lee Sedol. In both the other games, it's sort of a key point. He played a move that was very solid, but that was too slow.
It was not forcing. Yeah.
It was not
he
forcing.
played a move that would look like a forcing move, but was not.
Right, and so I wonder if that's another thing that they kind of studied, and I mean, obviously he's aware of that, he knows that.
I don't really know why those moves that he played, like the capture of a stone in the upper right in the second game, and also, well, it turns out that black 121 in the first game was not really the losing move. I thought it might be the losing move at the time, but I think black was in trouble already at that point. moves like that are not typical of Ys at all. He's usually very sharp at that point of the game too. So I was a bit surprised. But it's quite possible that they told him to be careful about that kind of thing.
Okay. Is he thinking now about
Well,
how
locally,
to handle this?
because white's played here, this makes it bigger. The next move is bigger now. So there's a kind of a temptation to play something like this and get a lot of points in the corner. I'm not so sure. It might be a good time for black to sort of continue the attack in the center. Oh, here we go. And now this
Answered
is
the question.
This is an indirect attack on white's center group. It might look like it's on the opposite side of the board, but let's just have something like this maybe would be maybe one example of how it could affect the center. And this is, again, I think I showed a ladder shape before.
Yes.
Actually, this ladder works, so it's not quite what I was trying to show. This ladder works.
Ah, right.
Let's just put the stones down. I've done it so far. It's a kind of diagonal attack in which black is continually putting the white group into Atari,
Well, you gotta show
threatening
this.
to capture.
There you go.
And then
Just runs out.
finally there's a dead end here, in which case white cannot escape.
Yeah, these are the bane of the amateur's life, especially earlier in the game when there's all that space. We can't read them.
Well, even in this case, black is getting some strength in this area because white cannot save this stone. And if white continues to play some moves like, well, say white plays here and here, now this is kind of a wall against these stones, which will help black to surround white. So this would be a bad scenario for white. Even though white's getting the whole side here, white cannot afford to die in that area of the board.
Right, but black would have to be guaranteed of the kill because this would be if white has a
Well, there's always that danger, but I think in that case, Isidore would be fairly sure of a kill there.
right.
So, and even if white plays something a bit more safe like this, in this case, black only gets the one forcing move. Any move like this would not be forcing anymore. So locally, this is the safest move that white can find. Black will still play something like this, and we're expecting this white group to be running off in this direction, in which case this stone, let's just make an example. When something like this happens, this stone is always going to be part of black's surrounding network of stones which are trying to attack this white group. So this is all about the attack in the center, even though it's on the lower right part of the board.
And does it have anything to do as well in terms of setting up other things here, or is that
Only in the context of the fight in the center.
fight, okay.
This is on the way to erasing white's moyo here, white's territorial framework, but that is secondary to the attack in the center. In fact, black would like to use the fight in the center to set up something ideal on the lower side.
Do you think that that Lee is trying to sort of test AlphaGo here in terms of?
Well, this kind of leaning against the other side of the board to attack this.
Right.
It's very natural in Go.
Okay.
It's like just attacking in a straight line like this. It doesn't always work. It's usually just if you chase, white will run away.
Right.
Yeah.
And an amateur would be inclined to attack more directly, and so this is very high level to
And
play.
yeah, like if you chase too long, then white runs away and eventually sort of connects up to friendly stones.
And so this is a failure.
This is a failure. It's a straight. You're chasing behind white. Naturally, if you chase behind some animal you're trying to catch, it's going to run away, right? You have to ambush it, really. So this is kind of, you could call it an ambush.
Yeah,
Only Go is a a game where everything is right there on the board. So it's not as if white doesn't see it.
It's like an ambush in plain sight.
Right.
In which case, I guess it's not really an ambush.
Well, if white avoids the ambush, then white's going to be giving something up in this part of the board. So it's at the same time as being an ambush, it's an offer for some kind of a trade, some kind of trade-off. In which case, white, and I think that's what white is doing. White is locally, white is playing fairly aggressively. White is allowing white will be allowing black to live here, even if white plays here to save the one stone. We can see that white has stones on the outside. White did play here. White has stones on the outside, actually building thickness, a strong position here, which will be friendly for these stones, so white can connect up to these. And the drawback being, the payoff for black being that black can move into the side here with potential to just erase this whole area here. So that's what black is trying to do.
So what's your feeling for the game now? Do you have a feel, is Lisa Dole ahead? Is AlphaGo ahead? Or is it just still way too much up in the air?
There's too much up in the air. I really agree with the way AlphaGo has chosen to play here, because not only is white saving this group, we have to remember that that black group is not 100% yet.
Okay.
If white plays here, black plays here, just the local sequence here that we're going to expect, white plays here, black plays here. And again, we have to examine this to see if black is alive or not on the side here. And black has some space here. Black has some space, but actually it cannot be divided into two eyes because white can play here. You can play the rest of the moves. You know how to do it.
Do.
Yeah.
I just have to say that one of Michael's specialties is these life and death problems.
Yeah. Well, making them at least.
Making them, yeah.
Very good. That's a good move. Okay. I'm relieved that you're doing it right. Either way.
I have a good teacher. Right.
Yeah. Chris is actually a fairly strong player. So this is actually a dead shape here.
It's going to be reduced to one big eye.
Yeah. And so black cannot make a living shape. Black has what we call just one eye here. So black needs to make another eye, for instance, in a place like this, where black might make another eye. There's no area for black to make an eye here. And we're assuming we're assuming that black doesn't do. We're assuming that black doesn't do stuff like this, which is sort of taking a. I'm going to destroy the black territory. I showed that once. I won't do it again.
Yeah, we've got it.
Black cut here. Now, again, black is saying that a move like this would be saving the lives of these stones and erasing the whole lower side.
Okay.
This move, black is still looking at the center here, looking to kill white in the center. Locally, this is an overplay. But this is something you see a lot. Locally, black is sort of committing suicide here if white really wants to do that.
Okay.
Like white could play here, black plays something like this. There's still something here. Maybe white can play something like this, or like this maybe. Black can play something like this. Let's keep it simple by saying white plays here.
Yeah. Okay.
Black can play something like this. It looks like white's going to be able to kill these stones. But in the meanwhile, black's going to get all sorts of stuff here. And eventually,
this is really going to be leading attack.
Yeah, well, more than that, black's going to try to use this to set up a killing attack.
Killing attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this would be bad for white. Even if black can't kill, there's a lot of variations in which it would be bad for white anyway. Let's just put this back to the original position. And so locally, black is saying he can commit suicide because black is aiming at this stuff here. So this is, in a way, it's dangerous for white. And again, black does have this invasion here, which will save, sort of save his stones.
Sort of save, yeah.
Well, yeah, I can show you a variation where they die, or another variation where they live.
Okay.
And it's not good for black, but usually it's good for black. Let's do some variations.
Yeah.
If white plays here, it's sort of funny because living isn't the whole thing. Like this is in this variation.
Just alive, right?
This is going to have two eyes. It's going to be alive, but the result is bad for black.
Because
white has secured this territory.
This is now
and we'll
100%
have time
territory,
to play this
right?
move to secure this, and the attack in the center is not going to work out anymore. Actually, locally, it's better for black to play here and allow white to kill these stones. This is going to be good for black locally,
so
because the whole white side here has almost disappeared.
So it's actually died here,
Yeah.
but it's good.
But actually, what black did in the actual game is to extend here. And that's because black still really wants to attack white here. And so it doesn't really matter whether these stones live or don't live. He's going to play this move if he gets a chance at some point. But that's always going to be secondary or less compared to what happens in the center here. If black can kill these stones, black's going to win the game. It doesn't really matter how much of this moyo becomes white's territory. In almost well, I'd have to count it to give you a 100% guarantee. But almost always, this kind of territory in a trade for these stones, the player who takes these stones is going to win.
The part of it is that people need to realize is that it's not just this all of this area becomes territory, but also
The stones,
it's twice as much because
yes.
these stones come off and
Capturing
get counted.
stones is efficient.
Right.
It's better than just surrounding empty area. So, despite the talk about sacrificing stones, sometimes that's really fancy and good. Being captured is usually a bad thing.
Right.
So white had to play this move because this would sort of kill the 3 white stones here. So white needed this move. Now's the question, black still has some forcing moves that he can potentially do. So there's some forcing moves here that are, white will have to answer locally, here or maybe here, which could have, in this case, black would still have forcing moves like this. And at the very least, this would again be forcing. So black is building a kind of a miniature wall here. And we can see that it sort of looks like white is in danger of being enclosed. I'm not sure that it's going to die at this point.
And if it doesn't die, then
If it doesn't die, it's not so good for black. Black has to get a lot of attacking here. It does look like it's probably playable for black too, because with white I would be a bit worried, and at the best white will be playing a lot of territorially useless moves just to try to save these stones. And black still has various ways to use this, like if black plays here, for the time being it doesn't work because white cuts at the top, and black plays here, white plays here, and the whole thing is taken from the outside. So for the time being it doesn't work, but if there's some black stones and forcing moves in the vicinity, so if we have some kind of imaginary black stone here or here or here, which is forcing towards the center, then sometimes white will be forced to cut from this side, in which case black will get some extra forcing moves like here, forcing the weakness here, threatening the weakness here, all sorts of moves here, which could have an effect on the center fight. So there's a lot of ways that white's weakness on the right side could have something to do with the fight in the center.
So this has always been confusing to me, which is when you have this kind of attack, especially, I mean, there's that saying, large dragons never die. This is a pretty large dragon.
Large dragons never die. I think that was originally a Chinese phrase that they use in Go. They do have a similar phrase in Japanese with the same meaning. It's not as poetic.
What's the Japanese?
Oishi taiseki shinazu.
Okay.
Big stones don't die. It's the same thing.
Okay.
But that's because they have sort of spare eyes all over the place, which is usually the case when you have a big group. But we have to look at it more closely, because I'll just go into this once more. I've done this before.
We have time because Lee's taking a break. So.
Oh, good. This area, just the fact that white has to keep these stones connected up means that this would force this, and then if black wants to play here, it's going to force this. And we have to look at this white group. There's no Y in this area. If we assume something like this and like this, now one of the two of these will be forcing. So we have this forcing move.
Can you show why it's forcing? I'm not sure folks. Is that too complicated?
It's complicated.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's all right. Moving on. We'll just look at the eye.
They're going to be forcing. Yeah. Just
Michael,
believe
Michael
me.
just, I believe you.
And so
Okay.
that means that white has a potential eye.
Right.
Like if you have both of these, this is going to die. So there's going to be a potential eye there, which means white has what we call half an eye. If
Okay.
white plays a move, white will have one eye here. That's not enough to make a living group.
Right.
So like one spare possible eye is not enough to make that proverb come true. So in this case, I would not say that big dragons don't die really applies to the white group. In some cases, like if white has captured the black stone here, there's kind of a potential eye here, which might happen because black will not necessarily save this one stone. So there is kind of a potential eye here. Sometimes it happens in this area.
Okay.
Because this black stone is sort of a loose cannon here. It's alone for the time being. So moves like this will have an effect on the black stone, which could, in some circumstances, but white can't really count on having that eye either. So for the time being, white only has the one half eye on the side there, and so it doesn't have enough space to live.
And I guess the other part of my question is, let's just, for the sake of argument, assume that this large dragon won't die.
Of course, yeah. Well, I don't really seriously expect it to die. White's
Right.
going to have to do something to make it live.
But then the question is, it makes me nervous is, these guys are looking kind of possibly dead.
They're not dead yet.
They're not dead yet.
Well, it's interesting that this is how the game evolved. Once white plays here, I was showing you black playing here first.
Right.
Once white plays here, it's a kind of a vital point because next white it becomes more difficult for black to kill the group. Like this would be a typical killing move. But this would have a bad effect on the corner.
Yeah.
This kind of thing is really confusing. I'm not going to go into it, but that black group is
dead.
in danger.
It is.
It's something like, because of the stones here, black might be able to get something. I don't want to confuse myself by trying to explain
That's
it.
fine. But anyway, point is that
It's bad.
It's bad.
So if we assume, this is going to upgrade white's sort of half eye to something more like a one eye in Sente at least.
He's still got the half eye here.
Not
not
necessarily.
anymore.
That depends. But white sort of has what looks like maybe a Sente eye or something.
Okay.
So there's a difference in black attacks. So if black was really, really serious about killing white, maybe black would have played this exchange first. But black wanted to leave the potential of some other moves, so left it for the time being. But now it is getting a little bit more difficult for black to follow up on the attack. Sorry. And so he dodges into the corner. So, but basically, to play another move, for instance, like this, to make sure of white's life, would be a bit painful.
This is not the.
White is pushed through here,
There it is. Okay.
and then black here.
Oh, this is beginning to revert to
It
your.
resembles the diagram I was
Yeah.
showing. If white will probably play on this side, actually. But if white plays a move like this, let's just go through that once more. It might look like black can save these 4 stones by connecting them up with this corner like this, but this would be dangerous because the whole thing here does not have eye space. So black will just play either here or here and allow white to capture these 4 stones because white's loss on the side here with something like this, white's loss in this direction is just too big.
Yeah, it's the bend.
And now if black extends here, maybe white will play something like this. So this hits a weak point because of the cut here in black's group. So this would be bad for black. These stones are captured. So against this, locally, black's best move is to play here. And this is alive. Living here, in turn, sort of puts a bit of pressure on these white stones. There's all sorts of moves that black can try, like this kind of move also is possible. So now that these stones are sort of saved, black can be looking forward to some attack there on the right side.
What would be just a quick picture here, just a quick overview.
Overall?
Let's say this happens.
Okay. Oh,
You-
he played here. This is more or less the same thing.
Okay. How's the balance now?
Okay, White really needs one more move to make that. I think if White plays here, this is going to be territory.
Okay, we can now say,
That's about, it's 45 points just counting to this point. maybe.
okay,
And then some territory here, maybe. We would, for the time being, we're calling it White's territory. It's not really a very strong group.
but
Just
10,
for the
10
time being.
points?
No.
Not even?
No,
It's just
I would
alive.
count, say, 5 points.
5 points, okay.
If I count anything at all. So that's about 50 points
About
White
50
has.
points.
Black has territory here.
We said that was,
Well, I'd call it about 30 points.
30, okay.
Well, now you see moves like this will be forcing for Black, so it could be a bit more. Because these white stones are not very strong. And Black has 7 or 8 points here, some points over there, and some points there. All of those 3 territories probably add up to about 20 points. So Black also has the vicinity of 50 points, plus the potential of an attack on White still, a move like this, or this would continue the attack, because White still does not have 2 eyes. White probably has something like 1 eye there, and then would move to make some extra potential in the center.
so close game.
So it looks like it could be a close game. Black really wants to get a bit more out of the attack here, so Black would still like to have some attacking moves on the center. White played the Hane here. This will probably be an exchange for this move.
And then White won't bother.
This is just an endgame tactic, because in this, Black can capture the 1 white stone, but that would cost Black 1 move. After that, Black doesn't have any follow-up like this. The only follow-up would be to play the Hane here and reduce White a little bit more, but it's nothing to be jumping up at. Whereas if White had not played this exchange, I'm expecting Black to answer it. If White does not play this, then Black's move is here, which now is threatening to jump out here. And that would be more difficult for White to stop. Like if White plays here, White's strongest move is to play here and here. And now we have that long expected ko coming up, because Black plays here. And White's strongest move is to play here, and Black plays underneath here. And you know, I think one of the strategies that Lee Sedol's friends gave him was to play a ko at some point. So we'd have the ko coming up. And even if we don't expect any special weakness in AlphaGo, this kind of ko is going to be really scary for White, because White has the whole moyo here. The whole structure is going to fall to pieces if White loses the ko and this happens. So this is something that
That's almost.
even if you're not AlphaGo, even if you're not some computer who supposedly has some weakness in ko's, which I don't really believe,
Right.
you don't want this ko to happen. So the reason that means that this would be a forcing endgame for Black. So Black would be able to get this without costing a move.
Right.
Whereas just this exchange will make it cost a move for Black. So it's a nice little endgame Tesuji, a nice move there locally. Oh yes, and Black answered it.
It's necessary, I think, right?
Black has to answer it because if White plays here, this would be a dead
Yeah,
group.
okay, that's my quick read from this angle.
Very good. And we don't actually have
We
this
don't have that
stone
move,
yet.
okay.
White really needs a stone there to prevent Black from playing something like this, and just sort of, actually the white stones here are sort of disconnected from the rest of White's moyo. So I think the normal move would be to play here. White might want to try to sort of find something more efficient, but you know, bumping against Black stones here and maybe reinforcing them by forcing a lot of exchanges would have a bad effect on White in the center. Like even if White forced Black to do stuff like this, he might not play the final move. That would weaken White in the center. It would be necessary for White to do something about that group.
And White's not 100% alive yet, right?
He's not 100% alive yet. Because this is forcing, it's difficult for White to make 2 eyes even here, even if White plays first. White doesn't have a perfect 2-eye shape. The way White would go about it, and now we have what's called the carpenter's square in the corner here. let's just leave this black stone on the board for the time being, and say white plays something like this. Now, is this black group alive or not? That would take a couple of hours to explain, so I'm not going to do it. But this shape here, when black plays the star point here, a very square shape. In English, it's called the Carpenter's square. It's notorious as one of the most difficult Tsumego problems that come up a lot in actual play, actually.
Okay.
It's one of what you would call one of the basic shapes that people are supposed to know. And for most amateur players, it's just too complicated because there's this is the standard way for white to attack it. Then moves like this are also a move like this, this. Almost all of the points, except for this would be a bad move.
Right.
Almost all of the other points are playable, and almost all of them lead to ko. And black has multiple choices of how to make a ko out of it. So it's a really complicated ko position, which basically, from the amateur point of view, no one knows how to play it.
It's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare.
It really
right?
is.
Yeah. And most pros know how to play it, actually, just in case you were wondering. So it is a ko, which means the black group, if this black group dies, of course, then that's good for the white group on the outside. So let's assume black plays maybe one Atari here, and then plays a safe move here, right? If black will answer that way, now white can play this exchange. This is more or less forcing. Black has to answer this, and white can live here. So that's an example of how white might try to make two eyes. This is when white plays first in this area. And so it sort of depends on whether black's going to play this move for white or not. Because if black plays on this side, then we might have a ko brewing in this. Well, black would play this move first. And usually it would be forcing. Usually. That doesn't mean always. That's where I get ambiguous a bit. But it would be a ko.
But I think if I understand you right, your point is that whereas many amateurs, because of what you said, because it's so complicated, would just go ahead and instinctively just play the move. You're alive, you don't have to worry about it. But because it actually goes to ko, it's unsettled, and if there's a much bigger move to take,
sometimes you'll take the bigger move.
Take the bigger move.
Yeah. Like if black is trying to kill this white group, he would ignore the corner maybe, because then white would be back to a sort of half an eye. White can do variations on that, like he could, AlphaGo could play the hane here at some point before doing that.
Oh, white played your move. Sorry.
Let's just get back to the game.
Yeah.
So the point is that this is not 100% alive, but white does have ways, if white plays first on the upper side, to make at least a ko out of it.
Okay.
Okay, white did play, we have this position. White did play this move to make this into a territory. I would, for the time being, unless the center fight has some effect on this area, I would call this a white territory now. So it's pretty big. It's about 45
points.
And if white gets this, it'd be more than 50. And black played here. White plays here. Black will probably play this way. White needs to add some moves to this group to make it alive. So the natural move would be to play here.
So we're beginning to get into
We're approaching the end game.
The end game here. So again, what's your just sort of overall feel?
If I were black, I would have liked to get some more mileage out of the attack in the center.
Okay.
So I'm sort of, I don't like the fact that black allowed white to play this move, actually. It's sort of vulgar to force that first for black, so that's the reason he didn't play it.
Right.
But I would have liked to play that exchange, just to put a lot of pressure on white in the center. And the fact that this is white's territory, usually when you surround territory, we can look around the board. Usually you have stones on the third or sometimes on the fourth line, sort of mapping out that territory. So when you have stones, this is on the sixth line here, stones mapping out a boundary for your territory in the sixth line. That's really, really efficient. Usually you have a white stone somewhere around here mapping out the territory, and then sometimes you extend it to the sixth line. But without this stone, having all this territory is super efficient. So With black, I would have liked to at some point find a way to sort of get an entry into this white's territory here. Well, it's territory now, I think. That's something I really don't like. I've noticed in this five match in the first, well, if I include this game, it's the first 3 games. I've noticed that AlphaGo is pretty good at making big territories, and big territories are good. You know, that's a lot.
It's a territorial
right?
game.
They're
Yes.
bigger than small territories, and so it's really good to be able to.
That's high level.
Okay. Actually, looking at it closer, it's closer to 50 points already, and this would be pretty close to 60 points if white took the extra move in there. At this point, black has not played this.
Right.
I'm sort of expecting black to play this move, and I would expect white to play here just to make a base for his group in this area. So I was sort of leaving these stones on the board. If black is not satisfied with the game, he might still try something towards the white center group, like something like this.
To make some territory.
To take away white's eye space for these stones.
You want to start the attack up again. Is there anything happening over here?
Well, if black plays,
yeah, to try and
whether black plays here or here,
it's just sort of same.
white's going to answer here anyway. So it's possible. But if we're just talking about territory, the territory here is not as important
As the
as the
corner.
territory in the corner.
And that's generally true, right?
Generally true. The reason this kind of move could become valuable is the fact that these stones are not yet settled. So
Right.
black could continue with forcing moves like this, and would still have some more forcing. I don't think he might leave it for a little bit, but would still have some more forcing moves here to make the attack in the center better. But black didn't do that.
I just played the straightforward one. And let me just ask you a question on time management. AlphaGo's got just almost exactly an hour left. Liesel has 20 minutes at this stage of the game. I mean, because yesterday he got in pretty serious time trouble, relatively
He's going to be in time trouble maybe this time too.
Okay, but it seems like it's farther along in the game this
Well,
time.
he started out using a lot of time. I think that's because Liesel was sort of in trouble on the left side of the board.
Right.
I think in a way AlphaGo let him off the hook, but he used up most of his time there. And then after black connected up under here,
Right.
he speeded up. Liesel speeded up because he was sort of relieved and he was feeling that he had a chance to get back in control of the game. So he's about 20 minutes left now. I think about an hour and a half of that was probably used just getting out of this fight here.
Right.
And now he's playing more quickly to make the judgment of whether he can just go into the end game as it is, or whether he has to sort of harass the white group a little bit more. Is usually, if he's going to attack white, there's a lot of reading involved, especially if he's going to leave the corner like I suggested, which is a bit dangerous, to say the least. And so to make an attack on that white group would be time consuming and he would be in time trouble.
So what would be, okay, now...
Like if he's just going to take territory. The fact that white played this way here sort of indicates that actually AlphaGo might be planning to take this move to reinforce the center.
Okay.
Because when black does capture this stone, for instance, like this, this exchange here that white just played becomes a good exchange for white. When white later plays something like this, we have one more living white stone here that can help white settle this group. And so if white did want to save this stone by playing here, there would be no need to play that move.
Right.
But since white is going to leave this area and allow black to maybe capture this stone or actually do more, then it's good for white to have this forcing move in. So that's why the fact that white played this exchange sort of indicates that white's planning on playing elsewhere. And he did, didn't he? AlphaGo played here.
Whoa.
Now, I was showing you the Carpenter square, which is sort of the simplified variation. And
We're gonna see this, aren't we?
in this one, I was showing you that this is the standard move here when white attacks the
Right.
corner. This is going to be a ko. What AlphaGo did was AlphaGo played that to start with, which is more complicated, but maybe the more useful move. It's the more aggressive, putting black in more trouble. In any case, black can live in the corner, but it sort of depends on these forcing moves and allowing white to get some more forcing moves in the area.
So this is not a killing move,
No, it's not a killing move.
but
Yes.
it's a move that's really about getting some
Some extra eyes.
extra eyes on
Yeah,
that side.
this is the shape here in the corner. It's the Tetsuji move. And I think I see Liesel is really concentrating here.
What's he thinking
Yeah,
at this point?
well, I think he has about two choices as to how to answer in the corner. He chose this move.
That's forcing because white must connect.
This is forcing. If white does something to try to kill the corner, we can see that these white stones don't really have very many liberties. Black's going to win the semi. So I expect white to answer here. Black probably, this would be one shape that black could play. This is going to be alive. Otherwise, if black wanted to be taking away white's eyes here, this would
Right.
be, this is going to be a bit more tricky. The life in the corner is going to involve maybe an approach ko of some kind. So if Liesel is really keen on playing a ko, he might try this one. But if he's just playing naturally, I think this looks like it's a safe move.
Well, let me ask you then. I forget about the whole whether, because I agree with you. For what it's worth, I don't think AlphaGo is too worried about the ko either. So just why would playing a ko be possibly a good move?
Because when black plays here, we're looking at these moves being forcing. Let's just put this stone in, for instance, in this. White will play here. Black plays here. White will play here. And then because of this exchange that I put in, that AlphaGo put in earlier, these four moves here. Before I was showing you this position, which would be a ko, right? Because of this exchange, it has sort of simplified the position into a position where black will die if black leaves it. Black can play once here. Now if black plays on this side, white will play here, black will play here, white will play here. Let's just finish this position. Black tries to kill the four cornerstones, but loses the semi-eye because this is what they call meari measi, or one eye against no eye. And in this, when one side has an eye here, this is white's eye. This stone is a dead stone. Generally, the side with the eye has an advantage. In this case, black only has a false eye, and when black plays the final move to try to kill white, black's whole group here is going to be in turn be killed.
Right.
So this sort of clarifies the fact that black really needs to put a stone in here. So black will play here. Now this black group is alive. It's alive, but white's going to AlphaGo is going to continue with this. So this exchange here, playing it first, not only does it not lose territory, let's see, it's still about 7 points. So the territory change is almost zero. But since it changed from a ko position to a non-ko position, white got this in safe and can proceed to make a life here on the side. So that's AlphaGo's plan. And again, it's a move that you see a lot in professional games.
Sort of a stylish way to settle it.
It's a nice move,
Yeah. It's a scary looking move.
It's scary, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the reason that if black plays here, white's going to be able to do that. So if black plays here, what happens? Now if black plays here, now the black group is sort of in danger. White can play here to take away eyes. Black will play here. Now, if we sort of leave it, let's just say that white plays from the outside. This is going to be a kind of a Manninko position. Manninko means a 10,000-year ko.
Which is a ko that just never
It's
ends.
a ko that goes on forever, because if we have this position, and this position, it's basically a ko that is very difficult for either side to win. It takes a long time. So this is a kind of an example of a complicated ko that Lee Sedol might try to use to confuse the computer if he really thinks it's going to work. And the advantage for Black to have an unsettled position like this is that by playing this move, Black has reduced White's eyes here, so it's keeping the pressure on the White group.
Right. He actually went ahead and played the...
He played the safe move.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really advisable, because the ko would be a liability for Black. So this is safe. AlphaGo really basically has a choice between playing this first and then playing the forcing moves, or playing the forcing moves first. Both of them will be forcing, sente. I think actually in this case it might be profitable to play the one move first.
There's sort of a fine point of endgame in
It's
terms of how many
sort of a fraction
points.
of a point.
Yeah, fraction, yeah. We're not going to talk about that.
Well, yesterday I almost got into a 12th of a point
Yeah, you did.
discussion there, but that ko that AlphaGo didn't play, it turned out to be about 2 points worth, but it was a sente move that it could have played.
Right. So at this point of the game, Sente, which is
The initiative.
the
Be able to,
initiative
play
becomes
wherever you want. Yeah.
right, everybody. Both sides are fighting for the initiative and saying,
Well,
can-
that too. But White really has a kind of a mission here, because White has two groups that White has to make alive before the end game really starts. Because this group, I just showed you a way that White might try to make eyes. I think White really wants to make a living shape for this group first. Also, White should be worrying about these stones, which, although they seem to have a lot of space, they're not really alive yet. And there's potential attacks that, like, Black could start from here to attack these stones a little bit. Black could start from moves like this.
I wondered what happens with that.
When you attach and cut like this, one of these two stones is going to die.
Okay.
And if one of them dies, then the other will be moving out. So Black is sort of proposing a kind of a miniature trade here. But at the same time, when these stones move out, we can see that the whole White group here is in danger. So against this attachment and cut, I would expect White to play here and maybe sacrifice these three stones and get a living shape here in return. So Black has all sorts of potential for attacks that will not be decisive, but will maybe gain some profit for Black. So this is sort of what I was predicting. White will continue with this move. Why don't we just lay it down there? Just wait.
Just sort of
Yeah, wait
feel
for
that
AlphaGo.
move there.
Yeah, wait for AlphaGo to catch up with me. And the cut here is a really important move, not only that it's really big in territory. I'd call it almost 15 points. Yeah. In fact, if Lee Sedol wants to start a ko, he could start a ko with this move. It would amount to about 15 points.
It's a lot of this actually.
Let's assume White is sort of submissive here and allows this. Then it would be about a 15-point difference.
Oh. There it is. There's your move.
Yeah. And Black answered here immediately. This is the same thing, only White can still... Oops. Now there's a ko again. A ko.
Oops.
Well, I thought White would... White still might try to force with this. It could be a ko again, though. You know? So that could be interesting. In this shape, the way Black can live easily is to play here.
Right.
That gives black a nice 7-point territory.
Right.
If white plays the same point, now this is not going to die.
Oh, we get to
This
talk
would have
about. we
been the
talked-
simple commentary, but unfortunately it doesn't die. Because this is what we call a Seki shape, in which case it's a kind of a local stalemate, in which case neither player can. Let's just finish the shape a little bit while we have time. Because
Yes.
even when white fills all the outside liberties, neither black nor white can fill the next move. Like
Okay.
if black
Now all the
plays
Go
here,
players out there understand this. We have to
it's gonna
show.
be dead.
We have to show this
if
for
white
the.
plays here, black's going to kill these white stones first. So whoever plays a move first is going to be sorry about that.
Okay.
So this is basically a live and a local stalemate, which is no advantage in territory for either side.
But there's a problem because it costs black points.
Well, in Japan you would call it a 0-point black territory, and although they're using the Chinese rules, it amounts to the same thing.
So
The,
instead
the
of this-
territory
this-
here becomes equal.
right, it was a 7-point territory,
Right.
and now.
That's not as important as the fact that actually, after white plays here, there's this move which could start a ko,
Oh, right.
because this would be a dead shape.
Right.
So black has to throw in here. Black might play a move like this first, but in any case, black has to throw in here to start the ko. Whichever way black does that. Black has to start the ko at some point. So this is going to be a ko. So the fact that this is threatening the ko there usually means that black has to answer this. Here, here, here. Usually here, actually. And white can still make some eye space here.
Ko's and Sekis, all in the same.
All sorts of things, yeah.
Yeah, and the
Oh, white did play here.
right. So now black Lisa Dahl has the
The normal move for black would be to
Just
play
go
one more
ahead
move in
and
the
play one more
upper
move.
left corner.
does he have time?
Well, now that
Pick-
white has played there first and is starting to make eyes for that white group, it sort of simplifies the game and makes the value of this territory on the lower side of the board much bigger. I mean, it simplifies, because white's weak groups are gradually being settled, it means that this big territory, which is 50 so points, could be actually decisive, because the only large territory that black has to compare with that would be the upper side, the upper right. And that's just 20 to 30 points, depending on how the fight here develops.
It looks difficult for Lisa
It's
Dahl.
beginning to look difficult for black.
Well, folks, it's it's not over yet, but it's looking tough, right? Mm-hmm. So this would be a third straight victory for AlphaGo if
If
it,
AlphaGo can win, yes. Well, this territory here is, let's see, I counted it once. It's in the vicinity of 50 points to, even this cut would not make it 60, but it would start to approach 60. And of course, you have to remember that this cut, I was trying to say that at one point, but the game got so exciting that I forgot to. When white does capture that, it's not only a big territorial move, but it takes away the eyes of this whole black group, which is, it's going to be okay, but black will at some point need to add moves to it. And so that will sort of blunt any attack black might have any elsewhere. So this is not only territorially a very big move, it also has a tactical effect on how black handles this group. So this is a point that I'm really looking at, is a point that will be a big endgame move. There's also the weak white group here. Attacking this white group here might actually be more important than saving the corner.
that's what I was trying to figure out. That's why I asked if Lee has time to play in that corner, because if it just plays out from there, it looks like he's going to lose. So maybe he has to start something on the side.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay. Now there's one other point. I'll go into the corner once more. Is that okay?
Can I stop you?
No. Okay, now there's this ko here. Now the way that black dies here is good in a way, because when black does lose this ko, white has a choice here. White might play here. Oh, maybe I was wrong. White plays here. Oh, it's not as good as I thought it would be.
Okay.
So let's quit that. Yeah. So there is a ko here that is pretty good locally for white to play at any point. But for the time being, black is sort of threatening to kill this whole group. Basically, black cannot afford to play this one move. It's not good enough. Basically, the assessment of the territory that I just said sort of supports that.
Right.
White has so much territory, black doesn't. Black has a lot of small territories that add up, but like the three, even if black plays here, the three territories here only add up to somewhere close to 20 points. And this territory, once white gets moved like this, it looks more like 20 so points. So all of black's territory would not be enough to reduce this territory, and white would have some extra bits and pieces. And komi, of course. So black can't afford to put that stone. Instead, he plays here. Now, white pushed through. The normal move you would expect is this one, and white will cut. Now, if black plays here, white can cut here.
Right.
And capture these two stones. This doesn't look so good for black because although black can capture something here, something like this, now this really boots up the value of that move because black's going to have to scramble for life now. I'm not even sure that he's going to be able to live. But even if black can live, it's going to be sort of uncomfortable here, and he's going to be playing a lot of moves for nothing. And this in itself is something like 15 points. So this way of killing white is not going to be good enough.
He has to kill the whole thing. Isn't there? Can he do it false by the eyes?
What?
I thought I saw like a little tricky thing there. Maybe I hallucinated.
This is the game position.
Right.
If black covers and white plays here, let's get rid of this stone. Black can also squeeze.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, squeeze.
This is a lot better than the variation I was just showing. I was just doing them in order, actually. And then maybe play something like this. But this is not really going to kill the white group. What's more, white has the cut here. Oh wow, now Lee Sedol is getting fancy. So black played here.
Whoa. Oh, that's a pretty move. Does that work?
I'll tell you what it means. Now, the shape move for white is to play here. Black can play here. White can play here. Locally, this isn't working. Black plays here. Black hasn't even succeeded in reducing white's territory very much.
So something else
Locally,
is going
it's a failure. Right.
Oh, I think I see.
Now we have to try to capture these two stones.
Oh, but now there's a
Black's
stone
got
there.
two friendly stones here, and it's not going to work.
Isn't that
This
lovely?
is okay for black, right?
Yeah.
White can try a ladder in that direction, maybe. You want to try that? I think even the beginners are beginning to recognize the ladder now. Might as well put the stones down.
Sure. It's a
But
short.
actually, ladders are pretty tricky because even Don players sometimes, although it's just a diagonal thing, sometimes Don players somehow get one line on the side
I've
and
done
misread
it. Absolutely.
And we see that this sort of links up to this friendly stone here, and suddenly black has 3 liberties, so it can't be captured. And when a ladder fails like this, you have, since you've been attacking
Multiple.
diagonal, you have all these weak points in your. This would be a disaster for white. So there's one more ladder I want to look at.
Oh, black played. White.
Yeah,
white
that's
played-
the move, the next move I was going to show.
Yeah.
But actually, there's one more ladder here, which is playing here first, and then playing here. and going after these 3 stones, which is again a ladder shape, but it's going to hit this wall here. So it's going to be good for black. So let's go to the game. So because of this, white played here, which is the other shape move. It's natural that after seeing that this isn't really working, as far as the fact that on this side, white will have trouble if white plays here. So this is the other shape move, which is pretty obvious. It's obviously a move that white has to consider. Black seems to have a little bit more space here. Like this would be the safe move if you're just thinking of killing black on the side here. Black has more space. Black has, at the very least, a forcing move here.
Okay.
But I don't think this is going to be good enough to make a living shape. Like black has to get down on the 3rd line at some point, and white will be able to squeeze it.
Just got anything with the peep?
Yeah, a peep. You have to be careful you don't kill the black stones here.
That would be bad.
Let's say that black can sort of finesse that, but still, it's not really a living shape. This doesn't look like a living shape to me, here or here, either way. So I get the feeling, now there's zillions of variations to this, and I'm not going to say I've read it out. But my feeling is that this is going to be a dead group. So maybe not this move. Oh, he hasn't played yet. But it looks like there's something fishy here. Like there could be some potential for black. But it's really difficult to know exactly what it is. And there's the fact that if black really gets rough and does stuff like this, just to get a lot of forcing moves from inside, we have to remember that this move puts the whole black group here in danger. So we have to remember that when white plays here, black has to have some method in ready to make this a living group out here. So playing all these moves, like if black was doing stuff like this just to make a living shape inside, in the end, black might have trouble living with these stones. So that looks like it's a bit dangerous for black. So I'm sort of doubtful that Lee Sedol will actually come up with something that works on the lower side here. But of course, once he's played this move, he needs to try. And now black plays here. Now this has to do with your peep here, Chris, actually.
Oh, really?
It makes it work better. Like before, it looked like this peep would kill the black group when white plays here. Black doesn't have enough space to make a life.
I see.
So black's going to play the squeeze now.
Yep, and that gives him the space he needs.
He's going to have, I'm just foreseeing moves that could be played by the players. Like this. Black's going to squeeze here, he gets some extra territory here. So even if black peeps at some later date, and white plays here at some point, black has enough room that he can make a life. Like, maybe like this. Like this, like this. Just about any move will live.
Yeah, I like the point of symmetry there.
This is a cute move. It works even if a lot of the outside liberties are filled. Like if we put stones, white stones in the general area like this, then the other moves would start looking dangerous for black. Whereas this works 100%. There's one eye here and one eye here.
It's very efficient. One move, totally live.
So black's plan, once black has played this move, let's just show you the actual position. Oh, white did cut. Locally, I think black's just going to squeeze here. There's another squeeze. There's playing this move. This is also a squeeze that black can do. Black doesn't want white to be black would squeeze like this, for instance. But this is usually a bad squeeze because all of the squeeze stones are pointing towards the center, which is sort of the future in this general area. And black hasn't really got anything extra. And these two stones are in jeopardy now. So black's not going to do it that way. So if black continues the squeeze here, he's going to play it from underneath immediately. This move can actually wait until white tries to actually kill the black group, so black can play it or not play it at this point. He did play it. Now in this case we again have to pause to say, is this really forcing? In this case I think yes, because capturing here would put a lot of pressure on the white stones in this area. So I think white wants to answer this squeeze. They've only got this far. It's interesting that AlphaGo is spending some time on each move here when the moves are basically sort of forced. It would make a lot more sense if it was an overtime,
Right.
where you're actually gaining time when you think a bit. There's no reason for AlphaGo to be taking time for this move.
We'll have to ask the guys when we get them on next about that.
It could be part of the time control. I think they did program in some time control. So it might feel that it's sort of allowed to think a certain amount of time for each move.
Even a really obvious one.
Well, the stuff it's thinking about is probably not so obvious. It's thinking about variations into the future. So it's probably the same thing. But a human would be playing this move much more quickly.
So are we gonna see an attempt now? Is this whole thing about setting up the attempt to live
Once
in
black
here?
has played this move, black is sort of committed. Black has to do something inside
That's
white's
what I
model.
want. I want to see.
This is going to be an all-out attempt to live.
Excellent. Well, this is the key game. We're in the third game. It's do or die. And
What I'm looking for here, if AlphaGo really thinks it's winning, you could see it play something like this and just give up the 4 stones. Black has just played Atari, right?
right.
So if white plays here, white knows this means that AlphaGo thinks it has to have a nice shape here plus the territory here.
And it's not worried
Whereas
about
if
this.
white plays something like anything inside the territory or even here, AlphaGo is saying that this territory is big enough that I can get hurt a little bit over here, but it doesn't matter. So this is a point where maybe a timid-looking move like this would sort of indicate how AlphaGo is feeling.
Send a message.
But actually, white connected here. So AlphaGo says that he can't.
There you go. There's your move.
afford that, yes.
There's your move.
Oh, starting the ko here. Now this ko actually can be fairly valuable because after taking the ko, black can continue to cut here. And so the ko gets bigger and bigger as you continue. So that's a bit troublesome. If white has some good ko threats, then this move would backfire because white can cut here. White needs 1 ko threat for when black takes here. If black connects, white needs 1 more ko threat here. But when this does happen, this move has become terrible because it's sort of inside white's territory doing
Right.
nothing. So this would be a case where black's move has backfired. So if white has enough ko threats, white can punish this move. But of course that involves all sorts of wild variations, makes the game very complicated. If white just leaves it, then at some point black's going to take here. And if white leaves it again, then black's going to cut here. And this gets more and more troublesome. So white really has to make, it does complicate the game when this kind of ko comes up.
Is there any way for white to sort of bail out of this and just connect?
If white connects here,
is that
this
just
is
too
a slight gain for black. For
Yeah.
instance, the peaceful move is to play
Right,
here.
right.
In this case, at some point, there's a possibility that black can play here and get the same shape. But also there's a possibility that white can play here first. And we can see that white gets a nice little squeeze here next, reducing black's territory a great deal. Black will have to play something like this or pull back here. So there's a big difference there in territory. So if white does sort of back off here, and later on if black plays here, then black has already gained a lot of territory.
Right.
It also can potentially make a difference when white plays this move, because if black's stones here are completely safe, let's assume something like this happens, right? Just to make it interesting, then moves like this become possible, in which case black can live in the corner. And so this exchange here, this Atari and the connection here, can be a really big forcing exchange for black.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah. So that makes a big difference. Black sort of asking white, complicating the game.
AlphaGo.
White played here.
Ah, there it is. Okay.
So white chose to ignore that. AlphaGo apparently still thinks that this is white's territory. And I think if AlphaGo is right, then this has become a bad exchange.
That's okay.
And so black lost some territory with this move.
So quick status check here. Does that's
Well, after black has played here, although this, I think its territory, it's going to be less than 50 points. White has something in the vicinity of 10 points after putting this stone in, and some extra here. So if this is less than 50 points, the whole combination is slightly more than 60 points, maybe.
okay.
Black has about 10 points here. Well,
Right.
it's either something like close to 5 points or 10 points. So it's more like 6, 7 points. 7 points, let's say. And some points there. There's still a big difference depending on what happens in the coal. Let's assume that black's got an advantage here in the coal. So just randomly coal, well, not randomly, but say it's about 10 points for the time being. It's naturally very uncertain because that's a coal position. So that's less than 20 points. It's something about 17 points.
then-
Some territory here. Let's assume that this is forcing for white, so that's about 20 points on the side, plus some potential here. So that's less than 40 points. And so white has 60, right? And there's the liability of this
Of the
ko,
ko.
or at least the seki there. So if there's nothing inside here, it's still a difficult game for black.
I mean, judging by your count, because black also. So this
Well, just look at the size of the territories.
it's huge.
Doesn't this look so
Yeah,
big for you?
it does.
Just
It looks.
And black would have liked to use the attack here to make some kind of square territory to compete with this.
Right.
But that's with this move here and this move here and the living shape that white has now. There's no way that this can really expand into the center. So we're just looking at this forcing sequence for white. Let's just put this on the board for the time being. White's saving this because there's still some potential to come in from the center. But locally, we expect something like this. It's just this slice of territory, which is about 20 points. And then the potential here, which will amount to about 10 more points if black plays something around here, but will amount to just about nothing if white plays something around here. So it's not such a big territory. It's a minimum of about 20 points. And even if white plays something like this, there's even the possibility of an invasion of some sort. Like if white was behind, then white would be thinking of invading immediately. And this is also something that with the connection underneath and the escape route out into the center, provided these stones are alive, that's also something that white can be considering. So this is not really such a big territory if you're looking at the territory alone. So it's 20, 30, maybe almost 40 points. This is more or less black's territory by now, so it could be up to about, if black takes the ko and forces something like this, it's closer to 15 points, maybe still a little bit less than 15 points. So if you add this, then it's close to 20 points. So that's only 40 though.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and we haven't even talked about the fact that any time
That could be a ko or
That
a
could be a
seki.
ko.
If it's a seki, it's 0 points.
or a ko,
Yeah.
and it's not. So behind on
There
the
you
board.
go. So what black has to do is something like this. Black has to make some
Okay.
trouble inside white's
All right,
territory.
now
If we
an
assume that
exciting
this
game
is a
just got
white's
more
territory,
exciting.
then there's no chance for black.
Right.
This doesn't really look like it's going to live.
This is a do or
but
die. This is a
because
do or
of
die,
this,
right?
this stone here, it becomes easier for black to sort of rough around here because now black has what looks like, although it depends on the ko here, black has, compared to not having this stone and white being able to kill black with this stone, it becomes more difficult for white to kill this group. So black can play all sorts of
Sort of
forcing moves
freely.
from inside freely. I'm expecting AlphaGo to play something like this, in which case black will be looking at these kind of weak points, forcing moves in this area. Black doesn't really have room to live, black might be able to make use of the aji, the various aji that black has to force white to play some moves inside white's territory.
So is this a sort of a desperation, last-ditch kind of thing, or is this that there is actually
Well, it depends
real
on what
aji?
black's trying to do. I think if black is trying to just make use of this stone to force white to sort of back off a little bit in the end game plays here, then it's a reasonable thing.
But-
It's sort of unreasonable. I think that might not be good enough, but it's
By your count,
even if in itself it's not good enough, it's something that skillful players will do to get a small gain, and just a small gain from the status quo is getting closer and closer to a close game. Usually in a human-to-human game, that does a lot to rattle the opponent, and if you have a sequence of cases like that, the game does gradually get closer and closer until you're into a battle that you can win, potentially.
But in these games with AlphaGo, what we've seen
It
is
hasn't
that
worked so far, yeah.
Yeah, that once you get into this end game, it's just not going to happen.
But I think this move will be combined with maybe a co-capture here to try to get some extra points here, making use of the aji created by this move. And
That's
the
what I'm
possible cut
wondering here. What happens?
Well, let's do it immediately
Yeah, let's-
then. What happens if black does this?
Push and cut, yeah.
It doesn't look like it's really going to work. Let's have white play once here, black here. Now, this looks like it should be a force. Oh, that's not good for white, is it? Well, let's say white plays here, forcing move. And black will have to answer this, right? And white will play something like this. It doesn't look like black's going to succeed in getting anything here.
Right. Yep. Okay, I see.
But black might be trying to, in the variation I was just showing, black might try to force some moves inside white's territory. But it doesn't look like it's really going to work. I mean, he can get he can get some profit. I think black can get some profit out of this.
And he's now in overtime. He has a three periods of 60
He has
seconds.
3 periods of overtime. Yeah, he's trying to get something just a little bit more. Now, if white extends here, black can play here. If white answers on the left, black can force with this move. And here your peep comes into play. This is going to be a kind of a ko, I think. This looks like maybe black can get a ko. It's still a bit in question, actually, but maybe a kind of a ko. So I'm sort of expecting white to come underneath here or here.
Nice, solid.
Yeah. Giving less opportunity to make eyes for black.
And so what Lee Sedol needs to do here is ideally live would be great.
That would be perfect.
But more realistically, if he can get some sort of advantage or even better, like a
for
double
instance,
advantage.
like if a stone comes around in the area here, at the very least this would be forcing. Because it would be threatening to bail out this group, save this group by connecting underneath.
Nice.
Just having this as a forcing move, capturing the one stone in Sente and forcing white to do something here would be a big game. Otherwise, it doesn't really look like black can do very much with this borderline, but using this stone then to threaten the cut here, or even maybe play it first and then threaten things. What I'm thinking of basically is if black takes here, then there's going to be a lot of bad aji here. Maybe white needs to put a stone in at some point, in which case black is gaining several points and might even go ahead to start the ko here. And so what Lee Sedol is looking for is that kind of extra profit. So white played here.
Yeah.
That's another way white can counter this. Naturally, black cannot break through here quite. And white still has the option of, at some point, playing the hane underneath. So this is sort of a fairly strong move. This would be a bit weak because it allows the shape that black can make on this side. So it has bad aji. This is slightly better. as far as Aji is concerned, white has Hana is on either side. And either way, white has sort of a road to escape to one side or the other. White needs to save these two stones in order to kill the black stones in the vicinity. There, yes. And now black is, Lee Sedol is in overtime, but he's not using his overtimes because basically he knows he has to do something here. That actually, although it's an extremely complicated position here, it simplifies what he has to do because he doesn't have to think about the overall board position right now. It's just this one area.
And there's not a lot of options.
And he's playing the Tesuji moves. He's playing the shape, which is the most high potential move that he has. My gut feeling is that this is not supposed to work, but it's actually in a game it would be pretty difficult to kill this black group sometimes.
And it's
These players come up with things.
It's also free. I mean, he's playing inside. He's being responsive. I mean, it's not. You're looking not exactly free.
Well, usually blacks say white answers on the outside like this and kills the black group. Black is losing points. They're bad moves, but since black is losing anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah. So black has to make something in here. It could turn into a really interesting situation if he gets a ko or something.
I mean,
it is a kind of a desperate maneuver here now. And my feeling is that it's maybe not going to work. But if I was white in this position, I would still be a bit worried because there's so much reading to be done in this local position. Oh, so AlphaGo did choose my move. This is sort of safe because next when white pushes through here, this is just a connected shape. If black plays something like this or like this, black can stop that, but there's still this way or even this way, white can escape with the two stones. So it's not as if these two stones are in danger. So this is a nice solid move that just erases most of the potential that black has on the outside.
Sometimes when you're in a losing position, this can be a way to resign as well, right? I mean, there's no point in playing out the end game, and you're going to lose, right? So, kind of go down fighting. Is that right?
Yes, and it's the most frightening thing to do for your opponent. Like, if this black group, say, were to live, then it would be a disaster for white because all that white territory that we were counting will disappear, and so it's basically what black is. One reason that black is doing is that just counting the territory, there's no way that black could catch up in territory by doing reasonable stuff. So he has to try something drastic, and also because when this territory is on the 6th line with white stones on the 6th line surrounding this territory, there's a lot of what we call bad aji. There's a lot of potential. One mistake would just make it really easy for black to live here.
Right.
So
I'm just wondering.
when playing a player like Lee Sedol, most players would be a bit anxious in this fight. But I don't think he really has anything that's going to work here. Now I see that Lee Sedol has lost his two time periods, and he's down to his last time period.
So unless he can come up with some brilliant.
Well, he's sort of running out of the Tesuji moves. Like there's the moves he was playing were sort of good shape, and they looked like they had potential. But I think he's sort of running out of good shape. That doesn't always mean that you're dead. Like he can read his way out of it maybe, but I don't see any good moves for black really. The only hope is really this push through and cut on the left here, which is one of white's remaining weaknesses. So black would like to sort of link up to that. It doesn't look like it works immediately, but in the process of doing something, black would like to have something to do with that cut there.
Just a hypothetical, if AlphaGo does win this game, and by winning the 3 straight, win the match, there's still 2 more games to play. Can you any handicapping on Lee Sedol's chances in the last two games? I mean, it seems like
I think it's going to be tough going.
I mean, he
yes.
played his game.
Yeah.
And it seemed like he played it pretty well.
He somehow he got into trouble on the left side there. I think that was the pretty important in this game, and so it would go up. It would go back to the fighting in the upper left corner, a fairly early part of the game, because AlphaGo seemed to outfight Lee Sedol in the first fight here, and there was a point where I was feeling that AlphaGo was definitely ahead, and I think I conveyed that. And then after Black connected underneath that, I felt that Lee Sedol was maybe made a comeback, but actually because this lower side was so big, I didn't really think that Lee Sedol was ahead. I thought that his success would depend on a good attack on this white group. And so the fact that AlphaGo then handled this white group very well, or maybe Lee Sedol sort of lost the opportunity to play the forcing moves here to reduce white's eye space.
You had talked about this
Curling around there,
Yeah,
which would take away white's eyes. Yeah.
And I think you said or implied that was sort of crude or a little too
Fixing
direct.
the shape like that is usually considered crude because you want to keep those moves for co-threats, and sometimes instead of curling around, sometimes you want to force from the second line,
Right.
which is sometimes better. So it's not really a beautiful move, but in the case that Black wanted to keep white from making eyes, I think maybe he should have played that.
That's what I was wondering, is that maybe it was one of those circumstances where he just had to do that in order to keep that attack up, because it seemed like once white played that.
I wasn't actually expecting that move. I was expecting maybe AlphaGo would play something like this or something like this. Let's see, what is this?
I mean, this makes this kind of a good move, right? Is this cut working now?
Not quite. These black stones will probably lose the semi-eye against these white stones. So maybe it doesn't really work. Let's say black plays here, white plays something like this, black plays here. So, well, there is a cut here, but white has some extra liberties and black is sort of a bit short of liberties. Doesn't look like it's going to work. Although this kind of semi would be, white would be losing a little bit of territory when black does stuff like this, and black can force white to put some stones in. I don't think it's going to be good enough.
It's just too far behind, right?
Well, we'll have to do another assessment as soon as the smoke clears, you might say. As soon as this position is settled, we'll be able to make a count.
This is played now.
And in this game, AlphaGo has plenty of time left. I think in the fight here, it's probably worthwhile for AlphaGo to put all its time in. And that's what a human player would do. So I'm sort of interested to see if that is part of it. I sort of doubt that that's part of its time control. Like, if it was a computer, I mean, if it was a human player, white would be just reading out all of the possible variations
Right.
and just making very sure, because after winning this fight, white can be sure of a win just playing the rest of the Yosei in overtime. So I would be willing to use up all of that. AlphaGo now has 33 minutes, more than 33 minutes. I would be willing to use all of that time to make sure I don't make some stupid mistake in this.
Because it would
lower
be
side.
disaster.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
it's
would be a
just- yeah,
disaster.
yeah.
And winning this fight would more or less finish the game.
Finish the game,
So
right.
in either case, it's going to be decided here. The intermediate case of black getting a few extra points while squeezing white is probably not good enough. So if I was white, I would be willing to use up all my time on this lower side fight.
Well, he's just sort of running out of places to play, isn't he?
Well, just the local moves. He played once here. This is going to be here. Maybe Lee Sedol is thinking of this move.
Ooh, that's kind of, sort of.
You like that, huh?
It's just white has so many. Yeah, just that's too simple, right? And it's, yeah, no, it's not.
This probably doesn't work if white plays here.
Too easy. Are you looking at right? Nothing, right?
Maybe not, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there could be, it's not going to be a very good ko. It's going to be very far away. Maybe not quite. Let's just try this one.
It's closer.
Now let's just assume that white's going to answer this. White might not, but let's assume white answers. White has 3 moves. Oh, so in this case, black can just play here once.
Right, right.
And this is going to be a ko. But in actuality, this is not going to be forcing anymore. So if that happens, this is more like after this, 1, 2, 3, 4 moves. So there's a ko in here. There's a ko in this variation.
Well, the people who complained about not having ko should be happy, right?
Right. So if we go back, and so this is actually pretty complicated. If we go back a bit and have white play something like this to avoid that, now we have this kind of thing happening,
Yeah.
and this kind of thing happening.
Right.
Let's make this move a bit safer. It could even be here. This kind of thing happens. This kind of thing happens. And this kind of thing could happen. And it's beginning to look a bit complicated, right? Because black has one eye here, and maybe you can make an extra eye here.
That would be pretty nice.
So let's go back a bit. Has AlphaGo played? Oh, they're playing this variation. Okay. Let's go back to the actual game. It was like this. White played the hane, black hane. White here, black played once here. And he didn't play this. I was expecting this move. But instead,
It's a shapely move.
Instead, Lee Sedol played once here first. Now, I was expecting this first, after this, and then this. This is what I was expecting. playing this first, it sort of seems to give white the opportunity to play once here.
Peep, right.
Oh, and there you go. That's what AlphaGo did. Now,
Does
usually when a player plays something like this, looks like might be losing an opportunity. Sometimes it's a trap.
Yeah,
you know?
that's what I'm thinking.
Well,
I'm
black
looking,
can save some of the stones, actually, I think.
Yeah,
because
that's-
if this happens, and if black plays once here, like this, black might not want to play that yet, but anyway, in this case, black will be able to save these stones. But my feeling is this is not
even
going to
big-
be
so
good enough.
Not good enough. Mm-hmm. It's a really nice sequence, though.
Well, I was saying this was almost 50 points, right? After black played this move. It was still almost, this is still more than 40 points. And there's the liability here that white can cut black off. And the fact that there's that ko there and there's this ko here, and this ko has become lighter for white, it's easier for white to do. So there's a lot of liabilities that black is leaving behind. Actually, black would not like to not play that exchange. Let's see what happens if black plays here immediately. Oh, well, he didn't go that way. He connected. So black's playing the strongest move here. Still, black is looking at, if white plays something on this side, black is looking at the possibility to come underneath here. This again would be looking pretty good for black, actually. Coming here, here. Any other move like this would at least be a ko. Actually, in this case, it's probably bad for white. So white has to come out here. And then some move to prevent this. This actually looks pretty good for black.
Yeah.
Because this is an eye. Yes.
He's really pulling out all the stops, isn't he?
Right. So let's go. So we have this position. White probably has to play here to completely kill the black group. And then we have black playing here and cutting. Oh, but now you see, because of this exchange in here, now black's going to lose the semi, even if we assume this exchange and this. Black doesn't have many liberties here.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, not enough, right? Da. 1, 2, 3.
Only 2 moves left. So that's no good.
So close.
Yeah. So we go back a few moves. We have to try again until, well, actually, this isn't going to be forcing anymore. It's only 12, slightly more than 12
Right,
points.
yeah.
So we have to count on it, maybe four moves for white over there. So that's pretty difficult to surpass. We have this position. If black pushes through and cuts here, white is going to play here. At this point, black can try to force with moves like this, which again would be this forcing and black making the second eye here. So 2 moves in a row here would work for black. If white answers somehow, then black does have the potential to start making eyes. Maybe black can start with this one. This is another way that black could maybe start from this side. Still, I don't think the semi-eye is going to be very good for black, like if black plays here, here, here. Curling in once like this, it makes a difference to the semi-eye on this side. It doesn't make any difference to the semi-eye here. So it still looks like black's going to lose against these stones. So we'll combine that with this move, which threatens to live here. And if white simply answers here, that would be good, I think, because black plays here, white plays here. Now we have a more resilient shape. Black cuts here, and it's already a ko. So if black does get to cut this white group off, it's going to be a ko shape. If white plays on this side, then it's going to be a semi-eye between these 2 groups, and it's going to be a lot more difficult for white to win this. So this would be good for black. Unfortunately for white, for black. Let's see, maybe he starts with this one. I'm starting to sort of smell something cooking here. It looks like there could be some kind of a move. I don't really know if it's going to be good enough for black.
If he pulls this off, that's going to be
Interesting.
yeah.
So let's say, let's see, it's hard to, it's alpha's goes move right now. Black is just pushed through here.
Yeah.
But white is basically, white is forced to play here.
No choice, right?
Yes. And now it's black's move. So black wants to play this point, this point. Now white has a choice of here or here. Either way, black has a ko here that black can fight. So when black cuts here, black is threatening a ko when black cuts this white group off. So we'll assume white plays here, black plays here, white plays here. Black either plays here or takes the ko. This looks like it's not going to be so simple. There's going to be a ko in here.
It hasn't been simple for 300 moves.
Oh, really? How many moves are we at?
I don't know.
We haven't got
the game
300
record.
moves yet. Yeah, we still have plenty of stones.
That's true.
Yeah,
We
stones
also
are
have
an
like
issue.
400 stones.
Yeah. If white plays the hane here, black will play the hane here. Now again, this is threatening to come here.
Can I just say it's amazing the amount of aji that Lee Sedol has been able to sort of create in this.
He didn't do that. Okay. Black cut immediately.
Right.
This is the semi where
You didn't like this, right? This doesn't
I didn't
work.
like this semi because now this is not forcing anymore. Because making the extra eye on this side is not good enough because white plays this point. And this is a full side. This is not going to be an eye anymore. So now this is no good for black. Making an eye here just doesn't work. So I wanted to have the eye here before black did that. That's what I was trying to
That's a
conjure up.
better.
Yeah. If black plays here, which is also a key point, white can still play here. And now white's going to come down here. This sort of rules out all of the potential ko. And again, black only has 1, 2, 3 liberties inside
It's
here.
just not
So
enough.
cutting here is not good enough. It's not going to work. So in this order, black has lost the opportunity to force with this move. And it's not going to be it's going to be a squeeze at the best. He played here. White's going to play this one. This doesn't look like, well, black is sort of trying to,
Is there something?
black is trying to make a semi-eye with that white group because basically, as it is, any semi-eye with this white group, if we count the fact that this is not a forcing move anymore, like we can go back to the beginning of the game and say that maybe it would have been better to have this to start with after all. That would have filled a liberty here. But as it is, even if black throws in here and cuts here, white will then have 4 moves, 4 liberties left.
Right.
So black needs 4 liberties or more, actually, to win. And he only has 3.
He only has 3.
So there's no way that black's going to kill this zone, this group, and live here. So black has to count on a fight with this
There's
group.
some bad aji around here, though, right?
Yeah, well, you want to try doing it. Well, black can play here. It looks bad, but it's hard to follow up, really.
But then
And then take. White would just continue probably here. That sort of finishes off this area. And white has some, either here or here, white has an extra liberty there. White has some extra space here. If black plays here, let's have black playing that first. White covers. Even so, black's sort of running out of liberties. So if we have this sequence here, even if we just have white filling somewhere, black's not going to catch up in this fight. White, the next move is going to be an Atari.
right. It just keeps coming up a liberty short.
Well, yeah, it's sort of, well, it started out being, but white played on this side. Now this is going to allow a kind of a co-position, because now if white plays something in the corner, let's have white play something like some safe move. Let's say white plays, what is safe? I'm not really even sure what safe is. Let's say white plays some random move in the corner,
Okay.
and then black will be able to play
right.
here.
Does this change the liberty
This has
count?
changed it because white has to win the ko to fill this liberty. So it's still 1, 2, 3 liberties. White has 4, but there's no way that white can really win this liberty because black's going to fight the ko here. In order to get a double ko, white would need 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, and now it's a double ko, but it takes 5 moves. So now black's going to win.
Now
this
it's gonna
semi.
win this semi,
So
yep.
coming from this side isn't good enough. So this is allowing a bit more trouble. But in practice, white is probably going to play after black plays here. Black has played here. White probably plays this move here. AlphaGo still has 23 minutes. And this ko, it seems to be a bit distant. Like black would like to be able to play here and
yeah,
force
does that-
white to play here, right? And that's not going to happen because white can play here, sort of making what looks like a 2i shape, capturing these 2 stones. So that's not going to work.
Right.
So when black wants to fill the liberties here, one thing he has to do is he has to play here, just to make, because this way white would have an extra liberties in this area. Maybe here, here. Sort of running out of things to do. Maybe let's just say something like this, something like this. And we see it's already a ko that's Atari on black. White still has a lot of extra liberties here. Black has to play here. Let's see, even coming from behind like this, white's going to be catching up with black, sort of. Because, well, this is a double ko. White can take this ko. Black plays a ko threat, takes back, and white can take this ko. Now, it'd be interesting to see if, like, double ko could be something that AlphaGo doesn't have very much experience in. But ignoring that remote possibility, it's no good for black.
Wait a minute, we've got some sequence here. He didn't play the connection.
White took the
Took the ko, and then he does the hane.
okay, hane underneath. It does make a bit of difference. Let's see if we have the correct position here. No, white had that ko taken already. White played this move over here. That's really strange. White just left it. Look at the top of the board. White played this move.
I see it.
And he's saying that black's dead already. Now that's pretty different because killing this black group is enough to finish the game. So I'd be tempted to play here. I think the meaning here, one thing, this is really a big move. Also the fact that after white has played this, playing from here is not going to be good enough because white's just going to connect here and allow black to capture these stones, which are only about the same size as the 2 moves here.
I see.
So this is sort of out of the question now. And in order to make it work, black has to come directly from this side, which gives white 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves now. So that's an extra move for white. And it looks like AlphaGo isn't afraid of the ko.
Well, I guess we're
We're
had
getting
that
an example
question.
of whether it's afraid of the ko or
that's
not.
right.
You know?
They
Black
must
played,
have heard people talking.
yeah, it's got to show us, right? So black played underneath here, and white extended. Now we clearly have what looks like a ko position, but let's try I think if what black plays here, white's just going to give up those stones. It's more than 20 points, but you know, this is also more than 20 points, some move around here. And these stones are going to be in danger. And we can't forget the fact that that corner is going to be a ko at some point. And so that's not going to be good enough for black. So black, when he does it, he wants to really come from this side to make a ko like this. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves, and it's against this ko. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this 1, 2, and the double ko here might be good enough for white, actually. So black has to fight against the corner. Let's see if black can get something against the corner now. So it's not like that.
No.
It's black's move. I think black just took the ko.
Yes. Yes.
Now this looks really like it's going to be a ko position. I think that locally the safest looking move for white is to play here. Just for simplicity, let's have black. Black might not want to play this exchange, but let's just have black play it to make things easy for me. And
'Cause I've got it all read out. I think he comes up
now
short
this
again.
is a
It's-
pretty complicated ko position, actually.
Yeah.
Coming from this side is not good enough in itself, but we have this extra ko here. It's still looking a bit difficult for black, actually, but it's a complicated ko, so we get to see how adept at ko's alpha go is, because it is a complicated ko situation here. Wow, looks like white filled from the center.
Black does not have a lot of options here, right?
Well, black has, there's this ko here, which will be, when white wins the ko, it kills black pretty quickly.
So
this ko here is something that black is, with the extra ko here, black really needs to think of filling this ko at some point. But then you see that simplifies the ko on this side. Yeah.
It's
And like, let's say, do it this way this time. Because now it's just the ko on this side. And again, it's a pretty close ko, and at some point white has the option of extending its liberties this way. So it's still, locally, it's not really working very well for black. If we look at the overall position, black doesn't really have an abundance of ko threats either, because white has already protected his weak groups. Let's see, when black loses this ko, black has not really reduced white's territory at all. Like most of black's moves were played from inside. Black did get some extra points here while squeezing, so it sort of rules out, it evens out there. The gains black got on this side were maybe slightly more than the losses that black took on this side, but we have to remember that white did get an extra move in here. So black really needs something really good to get a reversal.
But I'm just wondering, I mean, even if somehow, black pulls this off, right? You've still got this move here. You've still got a ko here.
Yeah. Well, it
I'm
depends
not
on what
saying
you
this
mean by pull it
happens.
off, you know. Because winning the semi and killing these white stones would be really a serious blow. That would be really good for black.
Okay. But you're not very hopeful.
I'm not very hopeful, no. I think if black killed this white group and it was just a simple trade for these stones maybe, that would put the game in doubt. The result of the game would be in doubt then.
That plus that?
Well, that takes a lot of moves. Like white needs 2 moves to kill the corner, and 2 moves to kill this. So in a scenario where black wins the semi, I don't really see white playing 4 moves elsewhere.
Okay.
But locally, it is still just very difficult for black. White
Yeah.
takes the ko. Now we see that AlphaGo is looking like he's not afraid of playing a ko either.
And black played again also.
And here.
Yeah, there we go.
So this is going to be a ko here. And it's going to be a trade with something. The only place that black can trade and have potential to win the game is to trade it, hopefully killing the whole white group here. But that's sort of difficult because these black stones are weak in the center. So like 2 moves in a row like this, white would still have room to do stuff like this, and these stones would be in jeopardy. So the ko threats, I'm just looking at potential ko threats. Like this kind of ko threat, if we assume that this is just finished then, white would still be able to do stuff like this and stuff like this. Yeah, white played here. Stuff like this and stuff like this to sort of run away in the center and connect to this friendly group. So this might not be a good ko threat either. So black doesn't really have any ko threats that are useful. And of course, this is not going to be good enough.
Right.
Because white gets this and there's still a ko in that corner and stuff.
Okay, Tari.
I think people were complaining because I was having trouble assessing the situation in the
Yeah.
previous game, so
Yeah.
I wasn't saying that so and so is going to win
Right.
until
That's
a
what
very
they want
late
to hear.
hour.
They want to hear it. They
So
want to hear, who's.
I'm being a bit more clear this time.
Yeah. We got an Atari here now.
And Tari here. White connects. So black's sort of hoping to put the whole white group in Damezimari. I think the next move is here.
Damezimari is the.
A lack of liberties.
Right.
And we have a ko coming up. This is going to be sort of like a direct ko. White takes maybe the 1 stone here. Black will either connect here or take the 2 stones here. And we have a direct ko. But no ko threats.
So a ko with no ko threats is like
It's
a day
bad
with.
news, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, black is really trying hard to make a ko out of this because that's all he can really hope for.
Right.
But it's sort of sad because he does need a ko threat for it. Oh, he's playing the move that I suggested.
Yeah.
Now after white takes here, black can also connect this.
I was
ko.
wondering, can he just connect?
White plays here. Now if black plays a normal move like this, white's going to play here and capture this stone, making
It's
2 eyes.
alive. Yeah.
So black has to play here. And if white is really stupid, then black can take the stones. But actually white cuts here. Black has to play. This is going to be another ko maybe, but it's really no good for black. Because again, it's the same story. Black has no ko threat. And it's just losing more in this case. So that's no good.
How many ko's have we?
Several, haven't we?
Yeah.
So black has to. White took the ko
Take the ko.
first.
Oh, so when he takes the stone, it'll be.
Now this works also. Black has to fight the ko once, because if black just takes this,
It's just Atari immediately.
no, that would be black taking the ko first, and that would be bad for white.
Oh.
Now white needs to find a ko threat. That's a completely different story. But actually, white can just connect here. We can see that white has 3 liberties, right? Black only has 2. So winning this ko will finish it. I think we've got our answer to the ko question, AlphaGo is playing the ko without really making any mistakes. So black needs to fight this ko once. And, oh yeah, there we go, this one. sort of like the only choice that he had. This isn't really a valid co-threat, though.
You're betting it's just going to get ignored, right?
Well, white can just maybe connect here once.
Right. And then
And that's one way to do it. Since white can create a ko once more by playing here and then taking the ko, white does have the option of answering this ko threat. I think it's going to work for white in either case.
Well, you say it's not a valid code. Oh, it plays. Or was it?
I mean, because this is still going to be a ko,
Right.
it's okay maybe for white to answer
Okay.
once.
Okay.
Black takes the ko. And now, of course, white can take this stone. Actually, I haven't even considered white playing a ko threat. Let's take back a move here and see what it looks like. I don't think playing a ko threat would be a good idea, though. Let's see, where does white have ko threats? White might have a ko threat here. Normally, I would expect this black group to be in trouble. But black cannot probably afford to answer that ko
Here
threat.
too, right? Cutting these guys off.
That would be a bit small.
Too small?
That would be small.
Yeah. Just take the whole thing.
So this is a ko threat that actually could be big. But I think that it's simpler for white to just take the one stone here and go for the direct ko in the. Oh, white didn't do it that way. White connected. Okay. It's the same story. This is the same story, but it's better. Now black can. Oh yeah, black connected in the corner. Black had the option of playing here and putting all white stones in Atari. But this is, again, it's a direct ko. And as I've been saying, black doesn't have any good ko threats. And the ko ends with white cutting here, or cutting here, and sort of trashing the whole black territory there. So that's no good. So black answered this. Now this is the position, right? And so then white can take the ko again. And again, this is, if black plays on this side, white can just connect here. And
You took probably.
yeah, it doesn't look like 3 moves, but actually white has 3 moves here because black has to play one here,
connect
1, 2,
first,
3
right.
moves. So white wins again. So white took the ko, and black played here, right? Now, none of these black moves are realistic. They're not really ko threats, I don't think. But since white still has some extra leeway in the ko, I think that white can finish the ko or answer the ko threat. Either way, it's still going to be a win for white.
Well, we haven't counted in a while. I mean, did black
The
make
count
any?
hasn't really changed.
Hasn't really changed. I mean, he made some
This is
progress
sort of
here.
no, not really.
No?
Well, this was looking like black's territory anyway.
Okay.
So it's still something like 13 points.
Okay.
15 points if this, but it looks like black's going to be filling these points inside his territory because of Damezmari. And so there's a slight difference there, but we'll call it for 13 points. So it's something like 20 points. And then maybe 15 points in the corner. White answered.
Right.
Let's see. And so it's something like 35. If we just call that a seki, it's something like 35 plus what's left of this.
It's just not enough.
This is approaching 50. And so yeah, it's white. So losing, yeah, if white wins the code, there's no difference no change in the assessment.
It really hasn't changed.
And so black really needs to kill something on this side of the board with his ko threat. Black takes the ko again. I think that it's white still can play sort of moves like this, I suppose. Oh, that one. And it's always a ko. It's still going to be a ko type of situation. So there's really no point in black filling this ko at this point. Actually, maybe black, yeah. Maybe
yeah.
black should.
Disconnect,
Yeah.
right?
It's still going to be a ko.
All right, where'd it go? Oh,
But it is a little bit more complicated. You know, AlphaGo is just not doing this in the easy way.
is maybe at least those trying to trying your plan to make it go up in a puff of.
Puff of smoke, yeah. Well, one variation I'm looking at is white taking here. Oh,
Right.
that's what he's doing.
Right,
And black will connect here.
right,
White can throw in once.
right.
Now, actually, I think white might be thinking of doing something on this side, maybe. But let's have white play all the moves like this.
Okay.
Now, if white plays here, this is going to be sort of devastating because now white's running out
Right,
of
right, right,
moves.
right. How come we can't just take?
So white takes here,
Right.
and black plays here. Now we have a ko. But it's
Are you gonna get tired of saying that, or
it's good
have
for
a ko.
black because this time black's going to take first.
wait? We have a code that's good for black.
It's getting better for black, and so we have to find where white's going to play the ko threat.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We're sort of similar.
Similar but different. Okay, white started with that move, and black played the Atari immediately, and white cut. Okay. White doesn't have this. Black takes. Now white's going to play a ko threat, maybe like this. You know, AlphaGo just didn't do this the easy way, but it still looks bad for black.
It's still okay.
You were looking a bit perturbed there, but yeah, it still
No,
looks
no,
bad
no,
for
no.
black.
It's. I was.
Oh,
It's-
look, he played my move.
Yeah. It's just incredibly complicated. It's incredibly complicated,
Mm-hmm.
and AlphaGo is as you're saying is not taken.
It's got to show us that it can play codes.
It's,
You know?
I
Yeah.
wonder. I'm going to have to ask the guys. I think it might be showing off a little bit. It's
Yeah.
like not only can I do ko, but I can do it standing on my head.
Yeah. So now if black takes this ko, finishes this ko,
It's a bunch
white
of
is
the
going
team
to
back
just
there.
white is just going to take this stone, and white has 2 eyes. So having 2 eyes means white wins, right?
Yeah.
So black has to answer this throw in some way. Black can play here.
Okay.
White will take the ko.
Okay.
Anything local, even though black might be able to connect up, this would probably be not so good because this half of black is sort of falling apart here.
Yeah.
This whole group here, it's in trouble. And white has taken back a good deal of the territory by making a life here and erasing black's side territory. So
Oh, right, now it's alive.
this is
Wait,
all alive. This
right.
is all alive. This white group is going to be alive. This black group is in a bit of trouble. Even if black can live there. Oh,
done.
he resigned.
It's done.
Okay.
Wow. Well, first of all, thank you for a
Thank
great
you.
commentary.
My pleasure.
Folks, you saw history made here tonight, today. AlphaGo has won
AlphaGo has won again. 3 straight wins.
3 straight wins, has won the match in great style,
Yeah, and it even showed us its ko at the
and
end.
even showed us this code at the end. So I
Yeah.
think congratulations to the program, to the team behind it, to the entire Google DeepMind team. I think we can say it was a fairly impressive
An
final
impressive
game.
win, yes.
Yeah.
Especially it playing elsewhere when
That
Lisel
is-
was trying to make trouble in his territory.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, just I mean, I think we can also fairly say that Lee Sedol really brought his top game today.
Yeah.
We'll go back over it, I'm sure, more, but hard at this point to see any obvious mistakes.
Well, I think basically the game was decided probably in the upper left, and I'll have to look into that because Black's attack was sort of backfired there, and it gave Black a very difficult game.
Wow. An amazing game, an amazing match. And again, congratulations all around to both players and to the entire team. I think it got so complicated that I'm still a little,
I had a lot
woozy.
of fun.
I know you had.
Wow. This is the kind of game that I like. Yes.
And we'll look at it some more. So
Yes.
again, I think we're going to wrap up our commentary at this point. We'll be going to a press conference shortly. I'm sure with the team, with Lisa Dahl, but an edge of the seat match.
It was really exciting.
It really was.
And towards the end, it was really complicated, but unfortunately for Lisa Dahl, despite the fact that it was super complicated, all of the complications were bad
just
to start
keep
with.
coming
for
up
him.
short.
He wasn't. He didn't really have any chances towards.
But
the end.
he went out swinging. He went out swinging.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Again, this has been an amazing match. Thank you all for watching around the world. Congratulations to Lisa Dahl. Congratulations to the winner, AlphaGo. We will be back tomorrow for game number 4. Thank you again, Michael, for your usual brilliant and illuminating commentary.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
And we will say goodbye from this match. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for coming. And to let you know, we'll be keeping to the same format for the press conference today. So we'll have comments from Lee Sedol and from Demis and from our commentators. And we'll then open it up to 3 questions.
다시 한번 와주셔서 감사합니다. 오늘 기자회견의 진행 방식은 지난번과 같습니다. 이세돌 구단 그리고 데미스 그리고 각 두 분의 해설위원의 이야기를 듣고 질의응답 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다.
We do understand that you've got a lot more questions today, but we'll be holding our main press conference on Tuesday where you'll be able to answer a lot more. So please bear with us until then.
질문은 3개로 제한해 주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 질문이 훨씬 많으시겠지만 저희가 화요일 날 더 기자회견을 진행을 할 것이기 때문에 추가적으로 궁금한 사항은 그때 물어봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
And before I introduce Demis and Lee Sedol to the stage, I'd like to introduce a special guest, Sergey Brin, president of Alphabet.
데미스와 이세돌 구단을 모시기에 앞서서 저희 구글의 공동 창업자이신 세르게이 브린 씨께서 한 말씀 해주시겠습니다.
Thank you. Good evening. 안녕하세요. Do I get that close? It's really exciting to be here. I should tell you that I spent a lot of time during grad school playing Go myself. In fact, so much so that my co-founder, Larry, thought Google might never happen because I spent so much time playing Go. Fortunately, I was not very good at it. And nothing like the gentleman we have here today.
네, 감사합니다. 안녕하십니까. 저는 오늘 흥미진진하게 대국을 지켜봤습니다. 저도 사실 대학원 다닐 때 바둑을 두었습니다. 그래서 저랑 같이 구글을 창업한 레리는 항상 저한테 제가 바둑의 시간을 너무 많이 둬서 구글 회사 창립 못하는 거 아니냐라는 우스갯소리도 했었습니다. 근데 다행스럽게 저는 바둑을 잘 못 두었습니다.
Go is a very beautiful game.
바둑은 매우 미학적인 게임이라고 생각합니다.
And I think it teaches a lot about life, much more so than a game like chess.
그리고 체스보다도 훨씬 인간의 삶에 대해서 많은 것을 배우게 해주는 게임이라고 생각합니다.
And when you watch really great Go players play, it is like a thing of beauty.
그리고 최고의 바둑 기사분들께서 바둑을 두는 걸 보면 그 아름다움을 느낄 수 있습니다.
So I'm very excited that we have been able to instill that kind of beauty in our computers, in the art of the computer.
그래서 저희가 컴퓨터 프로그램에도 이렇게 바둑이 가지고 있는 아름다운 미를 저희가 접목해서 프로그램을 개발할 수 있다라는 것에 큰 뿌듯함을 느낍니다.
And I'm really honored to be here in the company of Lee Sedol, such an incredible player, as well as the DeepMind team, who have been working really hard on making the computer Go work so beautifully.
오늘 저는 이 자리에 선 것을 매우 큰 영광으로 생각합니다. 이세돌 구단과 같은 최고의 바둑 기사와 그리고 구글 딥마인드 팀원들과 한 자리에 있게 되어서 무한한 영광으로 생각합니다.
And now, without further ado, I'd like to invite both Lee Sedol and Demis up to the stage to share with you their thoughts on the matches. Come on up.
네, 그럼 저는 이것으로 마무리를 짓겠고요. 이세돌 구단과 데미스 씨를 다시 무대로 모시도록 하겠습니다.
So, well, thanks, Sergey, for that great introduction. And, I want to thank again the amazing Lee Sedol. It's such an honor to be playing him. And also I want to thank again the KBA for co-hosting this with us and all of you for your interest in joining us.
네, 소개해 주셔서 감사합니다. 무엇보다도 이렇게 다시 한번 이세돌 구단께 진심으로 감사하다는 말씀을 드리고 싶고요. 한국 바둑협회 기원 측에게도 저희와 함께 이러한 대국을 주최해 주심 감사드리고 많은 분들의 관심에도 감사드립니다.
To be honest, we are a bit stunned and speechless. Lee Sedol put up an incredible fight again. AlphaGo made a large territory at the bottom of the board, but Mr. Lee found some really amazing tactics to play in the territory and create a really huge co-fight.
뭐 솔직히 말씀드리면 저희도 지금 좀 할 말을 잃었습니다. 굉장히 놀라기도 했고요. 이세돌 구단과 알파고가 접전의 접전을 거듭했고 알파고가 이 하단에 꽤 큰 영토를 형성해 나갔고 그리고 궁극적으로는 이세돌 구단께서 패를 쓰시고 또 패를 활용을 하신 전술을 성공적으로 진행을 하셨습니다.
I wanted to say about AlphaGo can compute tens of thousands of positions per second. But what's really incredible is that Lee Sedol can compete with that just with the power of his mind and ingenuity and stretched AlphaGo to its limit in the last 3 games.
사실 알파고는 컴퓨터이기 때문에 초당 수만 개에 달하는 확률과 경우의 수를 연산하고 계산합니다. 반면 이세돌 구단께서는 오로지 그의 사고의 힘으로 두뇌의 힘으로 이러한 모든 대국을 펼쳐 나가고 계십니다. 그래서 지난 3번 경기 동안 접전을 하는 그러한 대국을 펼쳤다라고 생각을 합니다.
I also want to pay tribute to the amazing ingenuity of the AlphaGo team too, and I'm very proud of the team and the work they've done.
그리고 이 기회를 빌어서 알파고 그 딥마인드 팀의 여러 구성원들의 지금까지의 노고 그리고 그들의 천재성에도 심심한 감사의 말씀, 존경의 말씀을 표합니다.
We still have 2 games to go, so I will save my final remarks to the final press conference.
저희 뭐 2번의 대국이 더 남았습니다. 그래서 마지막 기자회견 때 저의 감회를 더 많이 밝히도록 하겠습니다.
But I just wanted to remind people of the bigger picture. We came here to challenge Lee Sedol as we wanted to learn from him and see what AlphaGo was capable of.
다시 한번 여러분들께서 좀 큰 그림을 봐주십사 하는 부탁을 드리고 싶습니다. 저희가 이세돌 구단과 대국을 펼치게 된 것은 그로부터 배우기 위해서였고 그리고 알파고의 여러 한계 그리고 알파고에 대해서 저희가 더 많이 배우기 위해서였습니다.
And his amazing genius and creative skills have done that.
그리고 창의력 그리고 천재성 이런 것들이 그 반증으로 보여졌다라고 생각을 합니다.
Because the methods we have used are to build AlphaGo our general purpose, our hope is that in the long run we'll be able to use these techniques for many other problems, from making our phones smarter to helping scientists solve some of the world's biggest challenges in healthcare and other areas.
사실 알파고를 개발한 저의 궁극적인 목표는 범용적인 인공지능을 개발하는 데 있습니다. 그래서 우리 사회가 직면하고 있는 여러 난제들을 기술적으로 풀고자 함이 저의 목표입니다. 인간들이 더 지능을 발휘하고 또 과학자들이 그들의 능력을 더 배가해서 사회가 직면한 어려운 문제들을 해결하고자 하는 게 저의 목표입니다.
글쎄요. 무슨 말씀을 드려야 할지 모르겠네요. 일단 좀 죄송하다는 말씀을 먼저 드려야겠습니다. 좀 더 좋은 모습, 내용이나 또 뭐 승패도 그렇고요. 여러 가지 좀 기대를 많이 하셨을 것 같은데 이렇게 좀 무력한 모습을 보이게 돼서 너무 죄송하고요. 결과론적으로 따지면 사실 1국은 좀 어려웠을 것 같습니다. 다시 그 장면으로 돌아간다고 해도 좀 승리하기는 어렵지 않을까. 왜냐하면 여러 가지 알파고의 능력에 대해서 오판을 한 것이 좀 많아가지고요. 다시 가도 좀 힘들지 않을까 하는 생각을 해봅니다. 그리고 역시 승부는 2국에서 나지 않았나 싶습니다. 2국에서는 초반도 어느 정도는 제 의도대로 흘러갔고 여러 가지 좀 기회가 있었던 것 같은데 많이 놓쳤고 그리고 오늘 3국이었는데 역시 여러 가지 경험은 제가 바둑적인 경험은 있었습니다만은 이렇게 좀 심한 이렇게 압박감, 부담감을 느낀 적은 없었던 것 같거든요. 그래서 역시 그걸 이겨내기에는 제 능력이 좀 부족하지 않았나 싶습니다.
I don't know how to start or what to say today, but I think I would have to express my apologies first. I should have shown a better result, a better outcome, and better content in terms of the game played. And I do apologize for not being able to satisfy a lot of people's expectations. I kind of felt powerless. if I look back on the 3 matches, the first one, even if I were to go back and redo the first match, I think that I would not have been able to win because I, at that time, misjudged the capabilities of AlphaGo. The second match, I think, would have been the make or break. If you look at the beginning of the second match, the game did flow the way that I have intended, and there were a number of opportunities which I admittedly missed. Looking at the third match, yes, I do have extensive experience in terms of playing the game of Go, but there was never a case as such that I felt this amount of pressure. So I was incapable of overcoming the amount of pressure that I was experiencing.
그리고 마지막으로 물론 세 판을 졌기 때문에 승패는 갈렸습니다만은 심리적인 부분에서 아무래도 인간은 심리적인 부분이 좀 있기 때문에 알파고의 정확한 능력을 따진다면 4호국도 한번 지켜봐야 될 것 같고요. 많이 그거 또 지켜봐 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 능력을 평가할 때는 오히려 1, 2, 3국보다 4호국이 더 정확할 수가 있거든요. 예.
And lastly, since I lost the third match, there is now a clear winner. However, when it comes to human beings, there is a psychological aspect that one has to also think about. So as I play the fourth and fifth match, I do ask that you continue to show interest and follow what happens.
Thank you. I'm now going to invite our commentators to say a few words on the game.
Hello, I'm Michael Redmond, professional 9-dan. I'm the professional commentator for the English commentary of this match. I think that at first some people sort of doubted the abilities of AlphaGo. After 3 matches and 3 straight wins by AlphaGo, I think we are convinced now. In this third game, I think Liesel played a very powerful fighting game. I think he played true to his style and showed us an exciting match. And I believe he would have been difficult to beat today by any other top professional. So I don't think, I think that he did his best and showed us a very good game. Nonetheless, AlphaGo played this fighting game, played the codes that everyone was afraid that it might have a weakness in, played all of the complicated fighting, and I think it's fair to say that it beat Liessel's own game. In Go history, we have had many new discoveries. In ancient Japan, there was a great player called Hoinbo Dosaku, who invented a completely new opening theory and changed the way people played Go. After that, more recently, there was Go Seigen. Forgive me for speaking his name in the Japanese pronunciation. A Chinese person who went to Japan and was one of the greatest Go players of this century, the past century, that is. And because of him, the way people played Go changed completely. So he made another revolution in the opening. And what I see in AlphaGo is the potential when it plays new moves, as it did in the second game, and makes them work. And it's very strong already. It has potential to get even stronger if it keeps on running and teaching itself. So I see potential for it to inspire Go players to study a different type of opening maybe, or new moves. I think we could have a third revolution of the opening coming up with AlphaGo helping us, giving us a boost to start it. So I would like to finally congratulate the AlphaGo team, a group of people who are obviously brilliant and have worked to make this computer the computer program that plays Go, and I think they have created a work of art. So I give them my congratulations. Thank you.
네, 저는 마이클 레드먼드입니다. 그 구단 프로 기사이고요. 영어 해설을 맡았습니다. 아마 많은 분들께서 알파고의 실력에 대해서 초반에는 많은 의구심을 가지셨으리라 생각을 합니다. 그렇지만 이제 3국이 끝난 이 시점에 그렇게 생각하시는 분들은 없으리라 생각합니다. 이세돌 구단께서도 오늘 굉장히 전투적으로 초반에 시작을 해주셨고 그의 기풍에 맞게 바둑을 두어주셨고 흥미진진한 대국이 되었다라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 제가 생각하기에는 뭐 세상 다른 최고의 기사가 이세돌 구단과 함께 오늘 대국을 치렀다면 그 누구도 이세돌 구단을 이길 수 없었으리라 생각을 합니다. 반면 알파고도 전투적으로 나왔고요. 그리고 많은 분들이 궁금해하셨지만 알파고도 패를 쓸 줄 안다라는 사실을 오늘 대국에서 저희가 알게 되었습니다. 혼전의 양상이 벌어졌지만 알파고도 굴하지 않고 끝까지 진행을 했고요. 바둑의 역사를 보면 새로운 이론과 새로운 어떤 발견들이 이루어진 것들을 볼 수 있습니다. 한 일본의 한부 도사쿠라는 분은 새로운 포석 이론을 제창을 했고 또 고세긴이라는 분은 중국인으로서 일본에 건너가신 분인데 이분도 마찬가지로 바둑의 대가이십니다. 그래서 바둑을 두는 어떤 그 이론이랄지 또 포석에 관련된 이론을 혁신적으로 새롭게 채택하신 분입니다. 알파고가 이국에서 둔 바둑을 보면 새로운 혁신적인 수들을 볼 수 있습니다. 그리고 앞으로 그가 더욱 강해질 수 있으리라는 생각을 하게 하고요. 또 바둑 기사들에게는 새로운 수, 새로운 어떤 포석 이론 이런 어떤 알파고로 인해서 제3차 혁명이 일어날 수도 있다고 생각을 합니다. 저는 알파고를 개발하신 팀원들께 축하를 드리고 싶고 거의 예술의 경지로 이렇게 컴퓨터 프로그램을 만드신 대단한 분들이시다라고 생각합니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 오늘 한국어 해설을 맡은 이현욱 8단입니다. 먼저 이런 경이로운 대국을 보여주고 있는 이세돌 구단과 또 정말 놀라운 이런 프로그램 알파고라는 프로그램을 개발하신 우리 하사비스의 경이로움을 진짜 표하고 싶고요. 일단 바둑인으로서 과연 인간과 기계의 싸움에서 어느 정도의 대결을 펼칠까 너무나도 궁금하고 관전자로서 너무 재밌게 봤습니다. 그런데 저희가 생각한 것 이상으로 정말 알파고는 대단히 강했고 놀라운 모습을 많이 보여줬고요. 특히 오늘 대국은 이세돌 구단이 초반부터 굉장히 적극적인 승부를 걸어가는 좀 그런 작전을 들고 나왔는데도 불구하고 알파고는 초중반 또 전투력도 굉장히 강하다는 것을 보여준 한 판이어서 더욱더 놀라는 바둑이 됐습니다. 특히 이제 후반에 또 이세돌 구단이 바둑이 불리한 상황에서 정말 불꽃 투혼이라고 말하고 싶은데요. 그런 멋진 모습도 굉장히 경이로웠고 또 많이 소문이 나고 있지만 알파고는 패를 두려워한다는 얘기가 있었는데 오늘 그렇지 않다는 모습을 또 본 것 같아서 과연 알파고의 약점은 무엇인가 다시 한번 생각하게 됐습니다. 오늘 이세돌 구단이 아무래도 인간이기 때문에 심리적으로 너무 많이 흔들린 것이 좀 좋지 않은 결과로 나온 것 같습니다. 이세돌 구단은 제가 아는 인간 중에 가장 강한 심장을 갖고 있는 기사로 알고 있는데 그럼에도 불구하고 정말 보이지 않는 벽과 상대가 없는 실체가 없는 상대와 대결하는 게 얼마나 외롭고 쓸쓸하고 힘든 대결인지 저는 옆에서 보면서 유감없이 정말 실감을 하고 있습니다. 정말 이세돌 구단 너무 멋진 모습 보여줘서 감사하고요. 아까도 얘기했지만 결과는 3대0으로 승부가 났지만 이제 4국, 5국이 아직 남아 있습니다. 이세돌 구단이 이세돌 구단에 개인적으로 말하고 싶은 거는 좀 이제 더 이상 너무 이제 긴장하거나 부담감 갖지 말고 좀 편한 마음으로 정말 우리가 알고 있는 이세돌 구단 다운 바둑을 보여준다면 저는 아직도 기계 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다. 네, 다시 한번 정말 이세돌 구단에게도 경이로움을 표하고요. 특히 알파고라는 정말 이런 놀라운 소프트웨어, 프로그램을 개발하신 구글 그리고 하사비스에게도 정말 경이로움을 표합니다. 감사합니다.
Yes, I am stunned at both what we've seen today from Isedol as well as the performance of AlphaGo. I think a lot of people were interested in this match between men versus the machine, and as an observer myself, I really have to say that the strength of AlphaGo was much bigger than what I had expected. Despite the fact that Lee Sedol had lodged a very aggressive tactic from the very beginning, AlphaGo also stood strong, beginning to mid, with a very combative fighting tactics. In the end, during the end game, although the situation was running quite disadvantageous to Lee Sedol, he also fought until the very end, which was also very moving. A lot of people were saying that AlphaGo might be afraid of the co-fight, and today's game showed us, and it turned out to be that that is really not the case. So one has to wonder what the real weakness of AlphaGo is. But you also have to see that Lee Sedol, as a human being, he will be shook up psychologically. So I think that is one of the reasons that led to the outcome that we see today. But of all the people I know, he is a person with the strongest heart. So for him to fight an opponent who does not exist in physical form, I would have to say that he is fighting such a lonely fight and a hard fight against this invisible opponent. So I do pay my respect to Lee Sedol for such a brilliant game. Although the result is 3-0 at this point, we still have the fourth and the fifth match to go. I just would like to say to Lee Sedol that please don't be nervous. I just want Lee Sedol to play his game in his style. And I still believe that we do have an opportunity to win against the machine. Once again, I pay my deepest respect to Lee Sedol for his brilliance, and also to Mr. Demis Hassabis and the Google team for developing such a great program.
Thank you very much. We'll now take 3 questions. So I'll start with the gentleman there in the black jumper next to number 1.
네, 저 YTN의 김재영 기자인데요. 이세돌 구단께 좀 질문 드리겠습니다. 아까 영어 해설자도 말씀을 하셨지만 알파고의 어쨌든 기풍이나 이런 실력이 예상 외로 높았고요. 또 기존 바둑계에 던져주는 뭐 어떤 메시지도 분명하다고 말씀을 하셨고 3차 혁명이란까지 표현을 하셨는데 직접 보시기에 정말 그동안 인간들이 프로 기사들이 알아왔던 그런 바둑 어떤 정석, 교본 이런 거에 어떤 메시지를 던질 만큼의 그만큼 알파고의 기력이 된다고 생각하시는지 좀 객관적인 평가 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
I'm from YTN. I have a question to Lee Sedol. As the English commentator has also mentioned, AlphaGo was much stronger than anyone had expected. He even used the term third revolution. I would like to ask you your view. As a professional Go player, is AlphaGo's way of playing, can it really even turn around what we believe in the Go community as the proper play, the manual, the Joseki patterns?
글쎄요, 굉장히 놀라운 그런 프로그램이지만 아직은 완벽한 신의 경지에 오르는 그런 정도는 아니기 때문에요. 분명히 인간과는 틀린 그런 감각들도 보여줬고 인간보다 더 어떻게 보면 우월한 그런 것도 보여줬습니다만 분명히 약점은 있는 것 같아요. 1국도 그랬고 2국도 그렇고 조금씩의 약점을 보여줬기 때문에 아직 정말 인간에게 뭔가 던질 수 있는 그런 메시지를 던질 수 있는 그런 실력이었나. 어떻게 보면 오늘의 패배는 이세돌이 패배한 거지 인간이 패배한 것은 아니지 않나 그렇게 생각을 한번 해보겠습니다.
Although AlphaGo is a strong program, I would not be able to say it's a perfect program. It's not at the level of the so-called divine gods. Yes, compared to human beings, its moves were different, and at times it was also superior. But I do think that there are weaknesses for AlphaGo, and I felt that during the first match and the second match as well. So I do not think that it is yet a point in time where AlphaGo really gives those types of messages to people. But I would like to characterize today by saying that today's defeat was Lee Sedol's defeat. It really was not a defeat of a human beings.
Thank you. I'll take a question down here on the floor.
Hi, I'm Stephen Borwick. I'm here writing for The Guardian. Mr. Lee, you mentioned feeling pressure. Does any of that pressure have to do with this game taking place in your home country of South Korea? Has this been more stressful than if it was taking place somewhere else?
네, 저는 가디언지의 기자입니다. 이세돌 구단께 질문을 드리고 싶은 게 아까 압박감을 느끼셨다라고 했는데요. 이게 특별히 고국이신 한국에서 열렸기 때문에 더 부담감이 많으셨나요? 다른 곳에서 열렸으면 좀 덜했을까요?
아니요, 뭐 꼭 그렇진 않습니다. 뭐 장소를 떠나서요. 뭐 한국이니까 좀 더 편했겠죠, 오히려. 그래서 그런 거보다는 뭐 사람과 사람의 대국에서야 뭐 2대0으로 밀린다고 해도 그 정도의 뭐 스트레스를 받지는 않았을 텐데 역시 알파고와의 이런 승부에서는 새로운 경험이었기 때문에 그런 거에 적응하지 못하고 결국은 좀 허무하게 마지막을 내주지 않았나 싶습니다.
No, not necessarily so. I think that I felt more comfortable because it was being held in Korea. If this was a match between a person versus a person, and if I was losing 2-0, I would not have felt this amount of stress. But because AlphaGo, this match with AlphaGo was such a new experience, I have to say that I failed to familiarize myself and get accustomed to this whole idea, and I think that's why I lost I lost with quite a bit of I guess futility.
Okay, final question from the lady in the black jumper at the back.
Hi, Mr. Hasbis. My name is Jiwon. I'm a journalist from Arirang TV. Earlier in the press conference before the first game, you said you want to see the weakness of AlphaGo and test its limits. So, well, 3 games have passed, and I'm wondering if you were able to find them, and what are some rooms of improvements for AlphaGo?
네, 저는 아리랑 TV 기자입니다. 1국이 진행되기에 앞서서 데미스 대표이사께서는 알파고의 단점을 찾고 싶다, 한계를 시험하고 싶다라고 얘기하셨는데요. 3국이 끝난 지금 현재 시점에서 찾으셨는지, 그리고 알파고는 어떤 부분을 더 개선시켜야 된다라고 보시는지요?
So to be honest, we haven't had time yet to analyze the games carefully. We will do that when we get back home. At the moment, we're just concentrating on playing the match. So of course the results have gone well. So I guess for now it means that AlphaGo's if the weaknesses it has are not exposed fully yet. So, but as Mr. Lee said, definitely it's not playing anywhere near perfectly. So I think there is lots of rooms for improvement, and we saw a couple of that in yesterday's game, I think. But we don't know yet. We haven't analysed yet what the machine was doing. That will have to wait till we get back.
네, 솔직히 저희가 시간을 들여서 지금까지 진행된 대국 그리고 기보를 분석할 시간은 없었습니다. 우선 대국이 진행되는 것에 집중을 하고 있었고요. 우선 뭐 대국의 결과가 알파고에게 좋게 나왔지만 그래서 나왔기 때문에 아직까지는 알파고의 단점이 완전히 노출이 되지는 않았다라고 생각을 합니다. 그렇지만 이세돌 구단께서도 얘기하셨지만 알파고가 완벽치 않습니다. 개선할 여지가 있다라고 생각을 하고요. 특히 어제 대국 지난번 2국에서 보여진 것들을 보면 단점이 있는 것으로 보여집니다. 그런데 아직은 저희가 이것을 면밀히 분석할 시간이 없었고 다 끝나고 나중에 돌아가서 저희가 분석을 해야 할 것 같습니다.
Thank you. That's the end of the questions today, I'm afraid, but we will be holding a longer press conference after Tuesday's match, so please come back then. Thank you very
이것으로
much.
마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
I'm just going to invite Sergey for a quick photo. Okay, thank you very much. That marks the end of today's